recording is started.
Okay. You're gonna have to forgive me on the recap for today because I am a little forgetful this today. Apparently, I'm just autopilot for the most part. So,
Oh, you're good.
welcome to session 30. The last session, you guys left the observatory properly and made your way towards the NML, making a couple pit stops for rests and a small encounter with some harpies on a bridge. Eventually, you would make yourselves properly to the town of Yanamel, the coastal town. You ran into a giant crowd at the front of the city as a lot of refugees and people from Zawar fled to this town after the events of a couple days prior. You saw a lot of campgrounds, a lot of log cabins and getaway homes, temporary type things. The town is a little overcrowded at the moment with the amount of people. Mabel's had a brief vision of a very bright light towards the actual city itself. Actually, arriving in the city, you were greeted with not only the crowd, but someone kind of pushing their way through the crowd to get to you guys, which was the reunition of you all and Elias Exanthos from the Council of Zawar, the essentially the lore keeper for the city. You know, he filled you in on the current events of what's happening in Yanamel with all the refugees. Adonis currently acting as king of Zawar, which technically isn't wrong. You guys kind of caught up, seeing how things were going. You made a quick quote of who was missing, who had unfortunately passed, and eventually Elias continued to try to help as many people as he could, kind of find places either in the city, find them in the inn, or anything kind of in between. Eventually you guys all split up, or not necessarily all split up, I should say. Four of you, Michaelis, Bonilia, Mabel, and Sonnet, went to the lighthouse to go and check on the royal shithead himself, Adonis, but some guards were blocking the way. Sonnet eventually gave up and went around and climbed in, while Mabel and Bonilia used little bits of trickery and some magic and some stuff, and eventually convinced, and some bribery, to convince the guards to let you in. Eventually, you would go speak with Adonis, and Sarah was there as well. You figured out that dispel magic didn't work on her memories. You had some quick discussion, I would say, is the the more polite term to put the conversation with Adonis, who's still currently acting as king until a potential replacement is found. Eventually, Sarah also quit working under Adonis. She explained that when she landed in the land of Zaboyum, she was sent there for political reasoning, but she had lost some memory, had been lost some people that had helped her find her way to Gilda, and she helped Kapir in the events of what's happened up to this point. Lascivious went around and kind of did a little bit of searching throughout the city and eventually ran into a very shifty merchant named Krook, who happened to sell some very magical cards. Got one of the best cards in the fucking game, and then made his way to the shipyard where he found a commoner's boat with people who are currently working with docking supplies. He saw the Adonis Ephraim boat and figured out that Adonis is absolutely poor right now after having a lot of failing businesses. And then, of course, the small boat at the very end being one owned to Brug. Brug was beginning to make his way back home to Ecrium, but he said he needed to stop in Imperia first. You all eventually caught up with each other, the rest of you meeting Krook as well. Sonnet nearly making a dangerous choice after drawing a card as well. Eventually you all meet up with Brug. You had a quick catch up with him, seeing where he was going, and asked him if he would be willing to have you all on his ship, which he very nicely agreed to. And with that, there was rumblings of running back to the inn, checking back up on Elias, and that's where we come to at this very moment. You're all still together as a group. The 5 of you. Brug is still kind of getting things ready for his boat. He said he was going to be leaving tomorrow at some point, but he did say that he would wait for you. So you, the 5 of you, are currently outside of Brug's ship. What do you guys do?
Firstly, I'd like to start off with the. I want to know if the amulet is already like identifiable, or I need to have it identified.
Well, holding the amulet, you know that it's magical, but you don't know what it is. Even wearing it, you don't know what it does.
So I would have to like have the identify spell on it.
Yeah, in order to figure out what it is. Yes.
Hey Mabel, do you have some juice left over before we go into my mind to like identify this amulet I found? It's magical. I just don't know what it does, and I'm curious.
Yeah, I could do that. Why don't we get going and check up on Elias, and then when we get settled, we can take a look at that instead of out on the street. Yeah.
I just put it back in my bag.
He said to meet him at the Everlast, so I guess we'll head there, unless anyone has anything else to do.
Nope, not me.
I'm ready to go.
How was Adonis, by the way? How did that go?
Lovely as always.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
So did you guys like kill him or something?
No, he's very much alive.
Oh, shucks.
We have quite a different energy in the room when you're not around, I'll just say.
Oh, interesting. I hope it's a good energy. Well, I hope it's kind of whatever energy, so that I fill it in and I'm like, yeah, this is good energy now.
It's just
I mean,
less
it felt good
murderous
to me.
energy.
So.
Fair enough. Yeah, probably would've,
Alright, you guys make your way to the Everlast, the inn that has the small little wheat field up on the very top of it. As dusk kind of begins to settle, a lot of the people are kind of coming and going to different houses or small little market stands as they're closing down for the night. The air in the town is actually quite nice around this time of day, with the breezes coming in from the ocean, and it smells very fresh in this area. Coming close to the actual inn, you smell the beginning, like the smells of fresh bread and fresh made goods and things like that. Actually entering the tavern through the two barn-ish kind of doors, you see there's a very, very meager and modest looking bar, you know, made out of mostly like, looks like cheaper woods, but it looks like it's a very homely type abode. There's a lot of people here that you would have seen wandering around in the city earlier in the day, kind of settling themselves down for the night, kind of getting a couple drinks, trying to calm down from either the day's work or from shopping, or they're just kind of chit-chatting with some of the other locals. There's quite a few people that are a little nervous looking or are drinking a little bit more heavier than you kind of would expect, but you can probably guess they're more than likely refugees kind of trying to calm down from the instance. And as you kind of enter in through, there is a half-orc woman at the bar who kind of looks to the 5 of you and just kind of whistles. Come here, 5 of you.
Hello, ma'am.
Us
No.
5?
Yes, you 5. Come here.
Yeah, I walk up. Hello.
Hello?
I have been told by Mr. Xanthos to go and tell him when the 5 of you have arrived. He brought up some descriptions of the 5 of you. You'll have to wait here for a moment.
Okay.
I'm
The orc,
really curious to know what those descriptions are.
the half-orc woman kind of like, she stands up and kind of looks to the 5 of you, kind of like overall as a group. Just, I think he was quite courteous, and then continues to make her way through. You see, she kind of like walks up the stairs with some heavy steps, and eventually she kind of turns like a small little corner. A small little gnomish man kind of pops up onto the stool, like, well, in the meantime, is there anything I can get you 5 for a drink?
You have water?
You're at a bar and you want water.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Fair enough. He kind of looks to the rest of you. Looks at Mabel firstly. For the lady?
I'll have a drink. Surprise me.
You want strong, soft?
Surprise me.
I would just go like, we are gonna be doing some stuff later.
It'll be fine. Surprise me.
Looks to Sonnet. Anything for you, sir?
Yeah, surprise me. Actually, no, the strongest thing you have, probably.
Oh my god, I'm with a bunch of alcoholics.
Okay, you see the gnomish man kind of looks to the giant bar for the two of you, and then kind of looks to Bonilio. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but do you?
Yeah, I can't have anything.
I mean, I can still get you something if you want. You gotta pay for it, though.
If you get me something, you're just gonna get a mess on the floor.
I mean, if you pay for it.
I kind of like lean over to Bonilio, but like, don't let him harass you. Like, you don't have to say yes.
I'll pay for it. Bonilia, would you like something to drink?
Okay.
Yeah, get me the cheapest drink they have.
Cheapest? Okay. I'll turn to the woman. I'll be like, can you get me the most expensive drink in the bar, please?
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
What is going on?
You see the gnomish man kind of goes, like, you see him just hop right off. He kind of looks to Michaelis, and Michaelis just kind of gives him like a small, like, kind of staying away from alcoholics. From alcohols. The gnomish man kind of pops down. And you see eventually like a little bit of like he's got like this very kind of pointy-ish nose. He's rocking like this weird mixture between like a mohawky type look but the top of his head is definitely balding. So like the mohawk isn't fully there entirely. As you see like this hair just kind of like waft kind of going by steps, eventually kind of disappears below the bar tab. And eventually you see 4 glasses appear. 3 glasses appear on the actual bar tab. You see the gnomish man kind of hops up. He's got like these 3 massive bottles, and plops them onto the counter. The glasses are no bigger than like your regular Scotch type glasses. So he kind of takes one drink. The one that he pours for Mabel is this very mixture of like a red but with hints of purple to it as it kind of pours into the actual glass. He only fills it about a quarter of the way up, and then eventually you see he takes out this little pouch of dust and sprinkles something on top of it, and it begins to have like this small little glittery type effect. He goes to the second drink and he begins to pour this pure looks like water type liquid. And then he eventually, like, he's very careful with it. You can see he's eyeing the amounts of liquid that goes into it very sharply, and eventually kind of tips it back up. And then goes to the third drink, and you see the gnomish man pulls out this type of golden type bottle with a cork and just kind of pops it. Eventually kind of taking like a small little bits to pour into it. It almost looks like liquid gold with what he's pouring into this glass. Eventually kind of very tightly seals the cork back up with a little bit of magic, and eventually takes a small little leaf and puts it into the liquid gold and kind of stirs it around. And you see there's this little, almost like a sparkler that you'd have on an Independence Day or Canada Day kind of effect takes place from it and kind of sparkles as the leaf touches the liquid. He hands the pink drink to Mabel, the golden drink to Bonelia, and the solid white drink to Sonnet. And then eventually you see he kind of turns around and goes, "Oh yeah, you want water?" And kind of grabs like this very small shot glass and just pours like 2 drops in it and goes, "There."
Can I mage hand a larger cup and put water in it?
I trying to do it sneakily or just right in front of him?
Just right in front of him, like kind of like a fuck you.
Yeah, you see you cast Mage Hand, and the hand goes to where the actual, like, normal drinking glasses are, and you see the gnomish man, like, hey, and he hops off and grabs, like, a broom and tries to, like, hit it with the broom, but it just kind of phases through. He kind of, like, breaks a couple glasses as he's doing it.
Oh.
You see, like, he kind of stops. That's 5 pieces of gold a glass, buddy.
Hey, you're the one that I wasn't breaking it. I was just getting a glass of water.
You see, he kind of, like, looks to the shot glass and looks to you. That's your glass of water.
This is not a glass. This is like a thimble. This is a
You
thimble
see,
of
he
water.
picked it up. Look at this. Look at this. It's made of glass. It is a glass with water. As you two kind of, like, bicker at each other, the half orcish woman kind of comes down the steps and goes, "All right, the 5 of you, come, get up here."
Okay, now I'm gonna sleight of hand pickpocket him for gold. Stealthily.
He's across the bar counter. Like, if you're gonna have to
With mage
reach
hand.
over.
With mage hand.
Oh, with mage hand?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's keeping an eye on the mage hand because it's going for glasses and stuff.
Well, I like get rid of it and then I make it like behind him.
Can't you make it invisible? I
I'm pretty
forget.
sure.
Can
I'm
you?
pretty sure it is by default for mage.
I
The
think
mage hand? No, the
I
mage
don't
hand
know.
takes an
The
ethereal
arcane-
type.
The rogues have a thing.
the arcane. Yeah.
Oh, do they?
I just don't remember what it is.
When you cast mage hand, you can make the spectral mage hand invisible. Yeah. So invisible
Yeah.
mage hand.
Okay, so you can make it invisible. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So I'm gonna do it, get rid of it, and make it invisible mage hand now, and pickpocket him
Okay.
stealthily.
We'll have you make a sleight of hand check.
Okay.
Ooh.
I don't have advantage. That's a 19.
19. Okay, as you make your mage hand, like, quote unquote dissipate in front of the gnomish man, he goes, "I'm gonna bill you for that in the morning."
Yeah.
As he kind of goes back to tending to the rest of the bar, and you see the mage hand slips into a small little side pocket on his apron that says tips, and you see, like, a very small bag come out of it and make its way over to you. You can add 7 gold pieces to your inventory.
Hey, you know what? It's an honest day's work. What can I say?
It's not an honest. It's not.
It was someone else's honest day's work.
Yeah, well, he's trying to scam me out of fucking water, okay?
True.
Like, deal with it. Alright.
You all kind of take your drinks and make your way up.
I'm gonna chug mine.
Um,
I'm gonna chug
you're
mine
gonna-
as I
you're
go
gonna
to stand up. I'm just gonna.
Mabel, please, we're doing.
Mind
I
you,
go.
all of you have, like, only like a quarter of this glass. It's not a lot of liquid. The
Shots then.
as you guys are kind of walking away too, the gnomish person eventually kind of turns around and goes, I'll bill you for the drinks in the morning too. As, like, the 5 of you kind of make your way, as the orcish woman kind of, like, stares at the gnome and just gives him, like, a small little huff, and he, like, goes back to the bar. Mabel,
Dang it, I
you
should've
take
said
your
Adonis said it's on the house. Fuck.
taking your sip of your drink, you taste, like, a very nice sweet mixture of, like, fresh berries and different types of fruit, but
Hell
there
yeah.
is that distinct twinge of, like, of an alcoholic beverage. Like, it stings when it goes down, but it tastes absolutely lovely. Sonny, do you sip your drink as well?
Yeah, I'll sip it. I'm definitely not chugging it.
Okay. Sipping your drink as you kind of take your steps, the pure kind of white liquid with the I gave you, that was the pure, like,
Yeah.
pure liquid, right? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Kind of walk. Oh, excuse me. Is it? No, it's still good. The drink that you have, it burns real bad going down, but you can tell it has, like, a very strong alcoholic mixture in there. Like, it's probably a couple different things that's in that one bottle. You can tell just by drinking this that it's probably way too rich for your blood that you've probably ever had previously. But you also know this probably is, like, a really high value liquor.
Yeah.
I looked to Son, I go, hey, does that taste good?
Yeah, it's pretty much like water. You want to try it?
No. I was just gonna, like, if it tasted bad, I was gonna make it taste better.
Oh, I think it tastes just fine, to be honest. Strong is good.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
And Bonelia, do you take a sip of your drink at all?
Yeah, at the bar, she put her fingers in it, and she wants like how much like stays, like does it stain her fingers gold or like?
So you dip your fingers into the drink?
Yeah.
So firstly, when you dip your fingers towards the drink, the sparkler type effect that comes off of the leaf and the water mixed liquid immediately kind of like warms up your finger a little bit. Like you have a bit more sense when it comes to like feelings and sensations now that you've kind of reunited with LaRue. So your fingertip begins to kind of warm a little bit. And when you dip your finger into the actual liquid, it doesn't necessarily stain, but it's like when you get like a blue tongue from drinking a Slurpee. So it kind of like, it's just there for a little bit.
Okay, cool. She's taking that and she's like smearing a little bit on her face.
Yes.
Like just painting herself a little bit in this because she doesn't want it to go to waste, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so as you guys are walking, you see Bonelia kind of begin to paint what's essentially in a a layman's terms a type of war paint across like her skull. But of course, Danica, if you want to describe what kind of like patterns or anything that you put on her, you can.
It starts off as like war paint, and then she remembers like putting makeup on, so it ends up looking terrible, because it's a mixture of both types of look.
So yeah, you see like the areas like right across where the cheekbones would be, there's like the areas where you would have like two fingers go across, but then towards the end of it, it becomes like this bit that looks like it was smudged to try to like mimic blush or complexion type stuff. You know, parts of it look okay, but then it does remind you of like a toddler's finger painting a little bit.
Oh, that looks really cool, Bunny.
Do I look beautiful?
No one is more
Absolutely.
beautiful than
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I just have to get this out there.
Thank you,
Pass the
Mabel.
test.
You see, as you're kind of walking up the steps, the half-orcish woman kind of looks to you and goes, "Loyal, good," and kind of continues making her way. As she kind of brings you up the stairs, the hallway has a couple of different paintings of different sceneries around Zawar. You have one major painting that's, of course, the Capitol building, and then you have one that's overlooking the entirety of Zawar. You see one of the different lake areas and the different places that you can visit. So, like, there's one of the observatory back when it was probably a little more visited. There's one of the Grand Library. There's a couple of different schools and a couple of different, like, in the market district, you see there's, like, the cherry blossom trees and stuff like that. Eventually, you see there is a small little, like, placard that has been kind of hastily nailed to one of the doors, and you see it just says the last name, Xanthos. You see the half-orc woman kind of, like, knocks on the door. "Elias!" And eventually you hear the door kind of creak open, and before you stands the myth, the man, the absolute legend himself, Elias. I just have to find his token.
I'm so confused.
No, he mentioned that he was staying at the
I thought he just said like he
inn.
has a room for us to stay in. That's what I thought he meant.
No, to
he's
like
still
come
on
find
his
his room
place.
number. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is a lot quicker than Lascivious was expecting. Oh, he's
See
so good.
Elias. You see Elias kind of opens the door and goes, "Oh, it's so. Please come in."
I kind of when we go in, I wait for the door to close and then I like undisguise myself.
Okay. You see, as the five of you make your way in, the orcish woman kind of looks at you, Lascivious, and then as your appearance changes, she goes, "Interesting," and begins to kind of like walk away.
What I meant as the door closes, like when the door closes.
Oh, as the door closes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Sorry. My mistake. Elias kind of like looks to the orcish woman and hands her like a small little pouch. She goes, "Thank you, Trilla," and kind of
Trilla, okay.
Trilla begins to make her way out, and eventually he shuts the door. You see Trilla?
Trilla, she's
Okay.
in Jedi Fallen Order.
I don't remember. Oh well. I just don't remember. You see, in the room it's very like modestly decorated. You know, like it looks like he saved a couple of things from his personal abode on his way through the city to leave. Like there's a small little picture of himself and the halfling and the tiefling child when they were much younger. You do see the halfling and the tiefling child playing a small little game of chess off in the far corner.
Oh, they're awake?
The tiefling girl has like this small little like flower crown around her horns that kind of arc upwards. They're like about the teenager size, so they're not too big on her yet.
Mhm.
She's got like this kind of like a almost like a tomboyish type suity type top piece that kind of stops just below or just above the waist to show off like a bit of like a midrifty type thing. And then she's got like these almost like dress pants. It looks like they didn't have a whole lot of time to change. The halfling is very much wearing like children's clothes. Like it's a bright red. The pants are like blue. He's got like some like a small little buttony up type plaid type shirt thing on top of his red just t-shirt, and they're looking very like enthralled in the game. The tiefling's very much in the lead, but the halfling looks more focused than you've ever seen a child at anything.
I spotting them in the room, I think Mabel was about to ask if they were still sleeping or not, but I think spotting them in the room, she's gonna go over to them and say hi and offer some hugs and kind of sit around them for a bit.
Of course, you've met these two before.
Yes.
You know their names. I didn't reach out to
Which
you probably to
are?
tell you them.
Sure.
The girl's name is Sarquin. And then the boy halfling, his name is Finkus.
Pinkus, the fourth Shrek child. Amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna hug him.
Yeah, you see Sarquin kind of like looks to you like as they're in the middle of the game and you kind of go up, they go, Aunt Mabel, as they kind of like
up?
the tiefling very like gently kind of gets you like into this little side hug, and Fingus kind of like looks to you, oh Miss Mabel, and just kind of like very gently kind of like gives you this like gets up from his chair and just like fully hugs you. He's only at like potentially just above your kneecaps. He's such a small little boy. He eventually kind of like looked to you. Are you doing okay in the city?
Yeah, no, the city's been great. How have you guys been doing?
Sarquin kind of like looks to you and goes, it's been okay. We were kind of rushed out, unfortunately. But
yeah.
You know, distractions are well, ain't that right, Finkus? And Finkus goes, I don't even know what happened.
And that's okay. Yeah, I'll kind of I'll stick around them for a bit.
Yeah,
just
for
kind
sure.
of, you know.
Elias kind of welcomes the rest of you to kind of like he pulls out the additional chairs that are by like his little table set and sets himself down in one. Michaela's kind of takes like Michaela's fully just sits on one of the beds. He offers the rest of you kind of seats.
Yeah, I guess I'll sit by Elias.
Sonnet, what do you do?
I'll sit down with them as well.
Lily, do you sit with them as well, or anything different?
I sit with them.
Elias kind of takes a seat and goes, so, I've heard of your little discussion.
Don't ask me. Sonnet, Benelia, this is all you.
Which discussion? The one with fists or the ones without?
Well, fists were brought up and so were words, but I think you know which one I'm talking about. Unless you genuinely don't know, in which case I'm talking.
Adonis, right?
I'm talking about Adonis.
Okay.
Yes, that was the one with fists. Yes.
You guys had another conversation with somebody in the city?
I mean, we've talked to multiple people in the city.
Yeah.
I have a keep now.
I'm sorry?
I have a keep.
A keep?
Yeah.
And you bought it?
No, I got it from a card.
The deck of many things.
Oh yeah, that's it.
You know, the more that you keep saying things, Lascivious, the more I do truly think that you are just a comedian.
You know. It's just natural.
Alright, you know, it's stories for another time.
I guess so.
So how did it go with Adonis, other than fists flying? How did we get anywhere with anything? What's the scenario?
Well, we're looking for someone else to take over as ruler. We just don't think he's quite fit for it, and he's, in the meantime, going to hold that place until we find said person.
Unfortunately.
That is indeed a shame.
Mm-hmm.
I wish there was something that I could do. There's really
Well, what about you, Elias? Would you take the place?
as King of Sawar?
Yes.
I mean, that'd be quite the promotion for someone. I mean, no offense, Bonilli, you're not really from Sawar, so I can't really hold you accountable for it. I'm simply just the Lord Keeper. I don't know if I'm necessarily entrenched in politics. I was simply there to make sure everything that was said between the meetings is kept on record. I don't know. I don't exactly know if I would be fit for a job that that massive.
Who would you pick?
I don't really know too much about it, but I feel like you're a better ruler than our current one.
Anybody is, let's be honest.
Well, I guess you're not entirely wrong there. But, well, preferably, if Finn were still alive, I'd rather appoint him at the moment, but the unfortunate circumstance.
Not Magnus?
As much as Magnus would be a good political leader, I believe he's having his own troubles, as he kind of, like, nods back to Mabel.
Yeah.
Troubles? It seemed like you guys are getting along pretty well at this point.
Well,
I mean,
I'm under the assumption that being replaced by a devil, and then of course the sun being a doppelganger for a little while would probably weigh a heavy toll on someone after only a month or so in
That's
between
true.
events.
That's true.
I imagine the man must want a vacation.
I feel like
Let
all
alone
of us
have let alone have more duties on top of it.
do. Right. Little deviation. But I was curious. How you were the head of the library, right?
Yes, of course. I'm lore keeper.
So would you say you're pretty well read on history and stuff?
Considering that I've either collected most of the books, written most of the records, as well as maintained half of the books in the actual library itself, the other half going to Mabel.
Right.
I would say that I'm
That is true.
pretty well read. Yes.
What do you know about Lilith?
The demon queen of the underworld.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that's a large story to be told. Like, what are you trying to know?
Like what happened to her? Like why is she former, not current?
Well, former was. Well, I guess former's kind of a good way to put it. She was queen of the underworld for a very long time. As far as I'm aware, she voluntarily stepped down temporarily to deal with some new issue that happened many years, like early in the creation of Orlais, of all of Vassalist. In fact, I believe there was something about some other demons being involved, but eventually she did come back to the throne, but then she was banished.
Oh. Does it say by who?
Pacey banished her. It was, I believe, his fourth or fifth major banishment, aside from from criminals who continue to run amok. It's very rare that Pacey would banish someone as high of a title as a queen or a goddess, for instance, but Lilith decided to try and make some claims into the material plane, and they weren't so well received.
Oh. Interesting. Do you know anything about Vaxis? Is there anything about Vaxis?
Roll an insight check for me.
Okay. Insight? Fuck, that's wisdom. 15.
A 15? You see Elias kind of generally kind of trying to reach back through all the different books and all the different records that he's read over the time. Elias, he's a very good-looking person for the age that he's at. He's probably around 200 to 250 years old.
Okay.
So he's read quite a lot in his time, so he's trying to hark back to specific names, and it's a bit difficult, you can tell in his face. But it does see that, you see a small spark kind of light up. I do recall that there were a couple of mentions of the name Vaxis. They were very sparing within the actual records that I have. One was about a creature just appearing one day under the name Vaxis, and then another. It's something in reference to elder beings, and there being some sort of conflict between Vaxis and the elder beings. But other than that, I'm not entirely certain. Now, you know what though? If at some point I can get back into the library, I do think there's one book that might have a bit more. It dates very early in Vasilis' creation, and I believe it said something about a fight between Vaxis and another god, but I can't remember the specificities.
It was Kapir.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes, that conflict happened many years ago. I'm not sure about the specifics of why or how it was resolved or anything along those lines, but I remember that being something in the books. If I can get back to the library at some point,
Yeah.
I'll see if it survived the rubble, and I can either give it to you or find out what I can.
That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I just had one more thing. What is it typically? Listen, I may be a tiefling, but I don't know a lot of things about tieflings. What is what would it mean? Do tieflings normally always carry the same last name as the demon that they inherit their lineage from?
Not necessarily. A few years back, there was a tiefling woman who used to do small errands for the council. She took care of the crystal that's in the actual council building for a small little stint. I believe her heritage goes as far back as to a simple battler that's in the underworld, but I don't believe she kept this particular demon's last name in her lineage. I believe over time you can progressively get a different last name, but I do believe at some point perhaps a tiefling could have carried the last name of their specific lineage. I guess it depends on how far back you go in said lineage.
Right. Because I guess I don't know. I guess it might be good for you to know just in case. But my last name is Vaxis, and I don't have any previous names. I don't have any parents that can give me any reference as to why. In fact, one of the things that we're doing tonight is going to try and see if we can peer into my mind and see because I don't have any memories past the age of when I was assuming 10.
I'm gonna try and look further back, but It might be hard. I've never done anything like that before.
Yes, if you don't have any memory, it might be hard to kind of recall from something that isn't necessarily there natively in your mind from what you can tell, but...
Would you have anything in mind that I could do? That you could do? Or any books, maybe?
The most that I would know would potentially be trying to magically adjust the modified memory spell, but I don't know if you attempt to do that tonight. I don't know if you'll have the time to attempt something like that. I mean, I have the modified memory spell myself. We use it to help people remember things more clearly in better detail. But
right.
I could attempt to try something alongside of you, but I can't really guarantee much more results than what you'd get on your own.
Well, if you could try, that would be help.
What if, like, Mabel... How many people know about... Should I say anything? I'm gonna message her and be like, how many people know about the banishment stuff? Should I say anything?
Just tell him.
Okay.
Keep, probably. Must have mentioned something.
What if you peer into my mind and do the modified memory stuff, and then Mabel uses her banishment magic to empower the spell to maybe make it more effective? I don't know.
You have that under control now, Mabel?
I
remember years ago you were having these bright flashes in your eyes and they would hurt.
Oh yeah, no, definitely under control now.
I can attempt, but once again, I can't make any promises.
No, of course. I don't really have high expectations. I'm just trying to see if anything's there or anything can happen.
Hey, if it works, I think that'd be a new one for the history books. An on the fly change to modified memory. I don't think that's ever been done before.
Could be pretty cool.
Well, either way, I would love to help, but with your last name being Vaxis, I'm not entirely certain. It could be that you're direct lineage and through a couple of generations you've kept it, or it could be that you just happen to share the same last name as a potential demon.
Right, yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah. It's just, yeah, no, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, either way, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, Bonelia brought up a good point. Do you five think you can convince Adonis to step down if I were to step up?
They already did.
He pretty much mentioned that if we could find someone that he would. He was probably lying, but I'm sure another punch or two wouldn't hurt.
I'm more curious about if he would be willing to do, considering the person I am. Not necessarily lineage-wise, because, high elf, but of course, I am not actually a member on the council. I'm an assistant to the queen, so I'm not entirely certain if he would be allowing of me to ascend that far up the totem pole.
Real quick, Walker, does him mentioning the Elder Gods spike any memory from that one session that we had? Does that spike anything, like, of potential?
No, it doesn't. Like, you hear the term Elder Beings, and, like, you might have heard, like, rumors of things that are bigger than gods, but there's never really been a name or any real truth to the matter. Okay. This might actually be the first time you've ever heard of them having, like, an actual title.
Okay, cool.
But they're more playground terms, being like, I swear to Elder Being Infinity.
Right.
It's not like we could hold a vote. We only have 2 remaining members on the council. That wouldn't exactly work. But
well,
I don't know. Worth a try.
I could persuade
if I'm the only option, then it might be worth an attempt. But of course, if he says no, ultimately he is currently the king of Zawar.
I can't help but feel as soon as the people find out that he's getting letters from Cyrus himself, the demon that plotted this whole thing, I just don't think he can really stay as ruler. The only reason I'm not putting this information out to the public right now is because the last thing we need is a panic.
Yeah.
That's true.
I have
That is true.
verbal proof of the fact that he was in dealings with Cyrus as well.
Well, verbal proof is not physical evidence, right?
But if people want to peer into my mind and listen to my memory for the proof, then
That could be a potential option, but for now, perhaps you speak to him about this. I will join you on the conversation, and we'll see what we can do. I'm sure you all must have some questions about anything that's going on in the city. If there's anything, please. I don't exactly know how much I can help aside from potentially ascending to royalty, but I can try.
I don't really have anything.
I'll say like this will be like a good spot before it kind of goes on to the next bit here. If anybody has a question for Orlais, they can say their piece. But if not, then
I actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
I kind of just like smack Sonnet, like just like as if like just casually gesturing, like well, actually, what do you know about Tekuan? Is there much at all about him?
not really. There's a couple of records about the demon of the deal, as I've heard it been called. There was incidents far back in Orlais' timeline that he's made deals with people from different families. You're probably unfamiliar, but a couple of families were affected by them for the most part. There was a deal with a woman of the Heartspeedle family quite a few centuries ago. There was, I believe, if I'm not remembering this incorrectly, I believe one of the Magnolias way early on in the first generation made a deal at some point, but
what kind
I'm pretty...
Actually, no, it doesn't matter.
This was far before your family's time at the moment, Mabel, if that's of any worry. This is probably like your grandfather's grandfather type deal.
I'd believe it.
Yikes.
And throughout this whole, all of these findings or of proof of these deals happening, have they ever been completed?
As far as I'm aware, only one. But I don't know what the terms exactly were for them. It's not exactly that you can just speak to this particular demon, and the people that he made deals with are long dead, unfortunately. They're centuries old by now. As far as I'm aware, aside from Mabel here, who I'm under the assumption has no relevance to Tekuan, I believe the only remaining people who have any type of history to it would be the Heartspeedle family. But they're off in Lunarium right now.
Well, that's definitely someone I'll be looking out for. Thank you. And within, has there been any sort of... I'm sure you've heard of the big dome that's covering over.
Yes, I was about half a day's worth into travel to here when I saw it appear.
And never has there ever been anything seen like this before?
Not from the history books that I've read.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just have to...
Just going off of your knowledge, I'm gonna, just for the sake of other people, like everybody else knows, but just for the sake, I'm gonna message it to him. I'm like, what are the chances you think of a god that isn't nearly as powerful in its as it is in its prime, containing three gods in a demon?
You're messaging him this?
Yes. And if it's like too long, I'll just message it again, like the latter half.
You see, he kind of looks to you, and he doesn't bother with sending a message back. He just says it out loud.
Yeah, yeah.
It was, if you're saying that you have more information about this than immediately what you're telling me, I'm under the assumption that you know the state that this thing is in.
Like in a catatonic state, I'm assuming.
I would put, if it really wants to stretch, going off of historical examples on weaker deities attempting things that are far beyond what they are capable of at the time, I would give it maybe a week.
A week?
Perhaps. It truly depends on the actual scale on where it is in terms of it getting back to its prime in per se.
So it has happened before, this dome.
Or
being
I
new.
think he more just
No,
like,
no,
as a
the
reference
dome-
idea.
Yes, other deities have done similar things where they've attempted to maintain magic for far longer than what they are capable of. And usually, if a deity is not at its prime, whatever the magical effect may be, typically has only ever lasted for a week.
How long does it take to get to Imperia?
So
here,
Elias,
although-
we are planning on going to Imperia. There's some stuff for us there. That's gonna take a week.
Give or take, yes, it would take you more than a week if you're walking there, especially if you're attempting to get to Radana.
You know, I mean, it might be good to gain some distance for a week, but if this thing opens up and we're not around,
because we'll still be a week away once it opens up.
mm-hmm.
Well, I'm under the assumption, are you taking a boat from here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, depending on the size of boat, larger boats tend to take longer here because of the more weight shift. If you were to leave from taking the fastest route possible, you could potentially make it to Imperia in about 4 to 5 days.
I could do my magic stuff, maybe. Try and make it faster. Like last
Ultimately,
time?
that's on you all in the ship. I'm unfortunately unable to calculate proper distance and time.
Yeah, if we're
Travel
gonna do this,
for,
we're gonna have to.
You know,
We're gonna have to be very mindful of time, because if it's gonna take a week there, if we can cut it down, it's still gonna take at least a day
Mm-hmm.
to get Bonelia's stuff, go to the Imperia, and then whatever's in there, then get whatever we need, and then come back.
Wait, Elias.
mind you, this is just a ballpark example.
That's true.
If this,
That's true.
if this is Tekuen that you are speaking of, which I'm under
Yeah,
the assumption that
is.
it is, I don't exactly have a power level for it to put it in layman's terms.
Sonnet, did you kind of have like a feeling or a gauge when?
Of how much power he had, like, total?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know the extent of his powers, so I could get a read on what he could do based off of how well I could manage him.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't know. I've never known him at full capacity, and I've never been shown him at full capacity. It's hard for me to tell if he were close or not, kind of thing.
Well, I would imagine, based on how close you were to completing the contract, it would kind of be a gauge, because it's once the contract's over, he's fully good.
I don't know if that means he's fully good. I think that just means that the contract's fully complete.
Well, luckily he didn't get anything crazy powerful.
Well, like I mentioned, this is simply just a ballpark number. It could take longer. It could be gone tomorrow, for all we know. The dome has already been up for, what, 3 days?
I think just 2. Fuck.
Would it be a good thing if we were spread further away from Zawar by the time that this happened? We put some distance between us and Lolth. Maybe that helps us out. I know we're not around to deal with Lolth and Tekuen, but maybe it's better until we know for sure how to do that.
Zoltan and Frixori and Eldenor are right at it.
I can cast sending and let them know what we've found out. And then they can get away.
Do you know of anyone named Davrick?
Yes, of course. Davrick was the first champion of LaRue. When LaRue first started showing off her interest in the people of Zawar as, a whole, when Zawar was first founded, LaRue had a much greater scale in terms of followers. And eventually she did need a champion at some point, so Davrick is the person who stepped up to the plate. He was her most devout follower.
He was also the last one to seal away Tekawin.
I see. If I'm recalling correctly, I believe Davrick created his own magic. I didn't know it was Tekawin that he sealed away. I just know that Davrick came to Zawar at some point in his timeline, in his lifetime, and mentioned his own magical prowess and offered the queen help if there was ever a time for it.
Yeah. I don't suppose you know where he would have left anything of his.
Well, he left some notes in our library purely about his lifespan and what he's gone through in his time with LaRue, but I don't believe that was anything to do with the actual spell itself.
Okay.
I'm not entirely certain.
The runes that were on the thing would if the coffin that he was encased in, Tekawin was encased in, would that potentially be valuable information for Orlais to know?
If we could fix it.
Roll a history check.
Someone give me the help. Oh, I'm not even saying what I'm doing. So. Okay.
Just some dude thinking. I'll help you.
History. Her story. 18.
Our story. An 18. Yeah. In the back of your mind, it might be a good idea to draw out the symbols for him.
Do you have a piece of paper?
I have my book here.
I'm the law keeper. Of course I have paper.
Do I see what do I see in the book real quick as I'm flipping it?
If you're flipping it open, you're gonna see some poems, and then Mabel's gonna be like, "Oh wait, no shit!" To the end of the book, please
okay,
continue.
And then I kind of just do a little peek, like, and then I will write down all of the runes, and just be like, yeah, this is what I saw on the coffin or the thing that Tekawin was encased in, and this is what these were the runes that were on it, and then I just rip out a piece of paper and I give it to him. What?
Just put that book back together, and now you're ripping it apart.
Well, what, are you gonna just let him have the whole book?
No.
Okay, so and then I give the piece of paper to Elias. Now I don't know what you can make of it, but I figured you should probably, it might be helpful for you to know what these runes are.
Okay. You see he kind of takes a look at your sketched out runes. Okay. It's possible to reverse engineer this spell. Unfortunately, Davrick was a cleric. I am not as much in the religious world. I can't do anything with this.
I take the paper and I give it to Bonelia.
Snatch it from it.
Sorry I didn't think of it before, but yeah, you should have that. Elias, I have one last thing. In your
you're more question. You ask more questions than my youngest does.
Okay, well, anyways, in your personal opinion, based on what you have read, do you think that Lilith is a bad person? Or an, okay person? Or, a good person?
I believe that everyone is redeemable.
Okay.
Oof.
She did some bad things. And I believe that she has more than likely paid for her punishment. She's paid for the crimes that she has committed. she's been in the banishment realm for, gosh, if my memory serves me correctly, it could be like 8 or 9 centuries now.
Wait. Okay? Yeah, you said she was. Okay, I'm just gonna be flat out honest with you. I wasn't joking before about what I had said about Lilith.
That she came out of your chest?
Yeah, no, that was true. If she was banished, why did she come out of me?
You see Elias just looks to each of you and just turns to Mabel. He's not lying.
No, I tried to tell you.
She
See,
seemed nice. She seemed nice.
He just kind of looks to you and you see he takes he sifts through a desk and pulls up a little desk and goes, "And what did you say your first name was?"
Lascivious.
Lascivious Praxis.
Yeah. 2 X's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Summoned Lilith out of his chest. So I'm marking this down so I can have it in my own history books later.
Right. Oh, okay. And then the symbol was like a circle with flowers or whatever on it, sort of thing.
You see, kind of draws for the Queen of the Underworld. She sure has a nice sense of style when it comes to symbol, I guess.
She beat the shit out of Lolth and just destroyed Zahir.
Interesting. So she appeared to be on our side.
Oh yeah, so she came out and she was basically was oh, you finally reached out, and then said I'm Lilith, and then threw a spear at Zahir and attacked Lolth.
Then I believe we have a potential ally. I
kind of thought so. I just wanted to check.
Potential, anyway. She's the Queen of the Underworld, and she's known to backstab a lot of her generals in her time.
Right.
I wouldn't necessarily put it past her to play a long game of sorts, but
right.
I guess that remains to be seen.
I kind of just looked at Mabel and be like, okay, so if she was banished and she came out of me, so maybe she wasn't banished?
I don't know that much about
so.
that stuff.
Should we look into my brain right now?
Please, not in front of my kids.
Oh, no, we don't have to. We're not dissecting my brain.
But still, we probably should.
No, of course.
You hear Finkus just go, but brains!
No brains.
Nope.
I want to see inside. I want to see inside the tiefling's head.
You're not gonna see anything. Don't worry.
You see, you see Sarquin kind of look. Go, Finkus. It's not for kids. And Finkus just goes, "I'm not kid. At least." And you see, he starts counting on his hands. Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be a good idea to maybe grab some rooms for us, and then we can do it in one of them.
Yes, I'm sure you all are exhausted either way. I also am exhausted, and as much as I'd love to keep chatting with you all, these two are well past their bedtime.
Would you maybe be able to come over in a bit once you've put them to bed and try and help with the modify memory?
Of course, if you speak to Trilla, I can get you a discount on your rates here for the night if you'd like.
Convince her that it's on Adonis.
You can try, but the only reason I got this room here was because I had an official document.
If you could get us a discount, that would be great.
Yes, I'm sure she'll trust your word saying that I okayed this and that anything that might happen, it can come out of the council's budget for the year. It's fine.
And plus, we don't want to scam your friends out of money that will probably be put to good use for the refugees all flooding in.
I won't get up to my antics, okay?
Of course, but just message me whatever your room is, and I'll come over and about half an hour. Does that sound fine?
Sounds good.
That would be great.
Of course, and thank you for stopping by. I was hoping that I would see you all before the night was over.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for having
It's
me.
good it's good to see you all so healthy. Except for you, Lascivious. You're looking a little banged
Yeah,
up.
I'm hurting.
Don't look
But
at
it
me.
doesn't matter.
You'll sleep it off.
Yeah.
You'll sleep off.
I kind of just go over and fist bump the kids. Like, see you later.
Oh.
You see Sarquin like looks to your fist and then looks to you. Kin, and gives you like a small little bump. You
That's what's
both
up.
she's a red tiefling,
Yeah, yeah, hey,
I
that's
forgot
what's
to
up.
mention she's
That's
a red
what's up.
tiefling.
Hey, red tieflings are the
Um,
best.
She kind of like gives you like a small little like nod. You see Finkus like hops out of his chair and just kind of like goes to like give you a fist bump, but he's a kid. He doesn't estimate heights, and he just punches you in the nuts by accident.
Oh, okay. All right, that was a good one. Ow.
Sorry, I don't know my own strength yet.
No, it's okay. You're so strong. Oh my gosh. Now I'm in pain.
Take a D4.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
And I go to talk to Trilla.
Okay. Does anybody else do anything with the kids, or are you all kind of heading down to Trilla?
I head down.
I'll hug them, say goodbye to Elias, and head down.
I pop my head off, and then I take a deep bow, and then I pop my head back on.
You see, Sarquin just kind of like gives you just like a small little smile, but Finkus's eyes are just huge. Elias kind of looks to Finkus and looks to you because I think you might have just kept him up for the next hour.
Well,
But he
have
enjoyed it. You're fine. You see, as you guys leave, you see Elias kind of like takes a small little. The two kids kind of like get up onto a bed. You see Elias kind of takes out a small little pouch and pulls out some dust, and blows it at them. Sleep, and the two of them just pass out in bed.
Is that
You see,
So-
kind of.
good? Is that
That's a little bit fucked up.
a little much.
You see, it's not powerful. He's done. It's a small amount of dust. Like it's these guys probably didn't have.
It's
any
like
problem.
giving your kids CBD
Yeah,
to come fall
yeah.
asleep.
I look at Sonny. He's like, he's gonna make them like addicted to sleep dust.
That's kind of, yeah. That's I don't even think that's gonna be like an actual good sleep.
No, it's gonna be really unhealthy for them.
Eventually, like over time, like Elias gets his things ready while you head down. You see the gnomish person like standing on top of the bar, like face to face with someone, like just like scrunching his nose against another person, like, "You can't be here. You didn't pay." And this, you see like this drunk dragonborn kind of like stumbles out and goes, "Fuck you," and just kind of leaves. You see, he kind of sees the five of you and goes, "Trilla!" And you see the orcish woman comes out from like behind the bar, like behind like these closed doors. What? And she kind of looks to the five of you and goes, "Oh, what do you need?"
4 rooms.
She kind of like looks to the group of you. 4 rooms or 5?
Well, Sonnet, Mabel. I'm assuming you guys are probably the
4 rooms or 5?
4.
Or
Probably 4.
You see, she looks to the group of you.
unless we save money and one of you wants to bunk up too.
Elias said you give us a discount.
You really don't want to bunk up, huh?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
Well, I just like we could save money maybe if you want to like bunk up.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
we could do that. Okay, I'll stay in the room with Sonnet and Mabel. And
Well,
then
I don't think that's what we
No,
meant.
no,
what? You wanted to bunk up? You even like
No,
reinforced it?
No. We wanted you to bunk up.
Me?
With someone else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you and Michaelis.
Is this a whole polyamorous situation?
Nah.
No,
that's-
no.
Wait, what is that?
No,
don't worry about it.
Okay.
That'd be interesting with a skeleton.
I'm just gonna get my own room. I don't want to share.
We're adventurers, not adventurous, if that makes sense.
You see, she just kind of nods. Says the one with the dog collar.
Yeah, well, it's not currently on me, but, I guess you noticed it on my hip here?
Pretty cool collarbone, I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, you all came in. You've got some weird attire. You got a skeleton. It's a.
It doesn't mean we're
Also,
poly. Anyway,
where was the friend of yours? Where'd the tiefling come from?
Oh, that was me, sorry.
Are you sure you're not into weird stuff? This seems like that's a disguise.
It was a disguise because I wasn't sure if people wouldn't like me being a tiefling here.
He's just shy.
I see.
It's just
I
I've
see.
experienced a lot of racism while I'm here, so I just kind of...
It's
Want it
half-orc.
easy.
How do you think I feel?
No, you understand. You get it.
She kind of looks to you all. You said Orlais. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
You see, she kind of like turns around and kind of pulls up like a small little ledger and kind of flips through and sees what rooms are available.
We'll do 4 rooms. We'll do 8 gold per person if that is the cheapest that I can make it.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. I give 8 gold. What?
I'll pay. I'll pay.
Okay.
I'll give it the gold.
Okay, you're gonna give her the entirety of it?
Yeah.
So 8, 16, 24. You can mark off 38 gold from your sheet.
Man, I'm freaking rich, dude.
She kind of like goes behind and grabs 4 keys off of the little back rack and hands one to Sonnet, hands one to Lascivious, hands one to Bonelia, and hands one to Michaelis.
All of your rooms, 3rd floor, left-hand side, right-hand side, left-hand side, right-hand side.
Coolio.
yeah. There's numbers on the doors that we can...
Left-hand side, right-hand side, left-hand side, right-hand
yes.
side.
But if we're supposed to tell someone to come meet us, perhaps, is there a number at the door that we can give them?
Top floor, left-hand side.
You just yell pretty loudly, or just, I'll just get him.
Yeah, I suppose.
We just message him, be like, hey, come out to the hallway, and then, be out in the door. Hey,
That works.
go on. Yeah.
That works. That works.
Well,
Okay.
thanks anyways.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
thanks.
go upstairs.
I head upstairs as
Okay.
well.
Yeah.
I just
Okay,
kind of
so,
like put my stuff in my room and like kind of get into like a bit of a leisure clothes, and then.
I'll meet you in your room. I don't know if anyone else wants
Oh,
to join for this endeavor, but for the
Yeah,
mind
who
stuff.
wants to join? Michaelis is gonna be staying in his room. Michaelis is going to bed.
So, Mabel, how do you feel about this whole mind-delving business?
I have not done it before, but I'm willing to try.
Well, are you like you could get some really personal information. Are you like ready for that? I mean,
I mean, hey, if Lascivious is okay with it, I'm okay with it. I mean, I'll be looking for specifics, before the age of 10.
Yeah, before the age of 10. So it's like.
Well,
yeah.
like soon past everything else. I'm not interested. Well, now I'm worried.
Usually memory loss is a symptom of trauma, so it could be.
Oh, I guess it could be pretty fucked up, couldn't it?
I'm used to it.
That's probably not what we should be going for.
Okay,
I'll
it
just.
can't be that bad.
That's where we're at.
You guys already
so...
know how fucked up my past was, so.
I'm just gonna take like a look at Lascivious, look him like up and down. Oh yeah, it could be bad.
Lascivious just starts laughing. He just. That was good. That was a good one.
All right, it's settled. I'll observe. I'll watch.
Bonelia, what do you do?
Bonelia the whole time is just staring at the runes on the piece of paper, trying to make sense of them.
Okay. Yeah.
So like, they could be in the hallway. They could all have left. She's just.
You're just wandering around, just looking at them. Your feet are on autopilot.
Yeah.
Sure. While they do their thing, eventually you'll retire to your room for the night. But while you do your little wander around, let's have you do some Arcana checks. I'm gonna have you do 3 of them, please.
Okay.
Would it not be a wisdom check? Like
Well,
insights?
Arcana is relation to the actual magic of it.
I guess that's true. That's true.
It's a 17.
Oh.
Okay.
That's a 10.
Okay.
No, that's a 14.
A 14. Okay. So there's a couple of different types of runes. There's ones that are more for enhancing magic. You can see that very clearly. There's some that are meant to resemble magics that imprison things. So like stuff like Phantasmal Force, things like Entrapment. There's a couple of different elements from spells that tend to give people conditions that don't move, and things like that. You're able to kind of piece together quite a bit from these runes. It's like a much bigger head start than you thought you would get from trying to create your own magic. I'm gonna say that with a 17, a 14, and a 10, you're able to replicate the actual shape of the runes when you cast magic. So when you attempt to create this sphere that you've been trying to bolster and create on your own, now it's no longer taking the shape of like a unicorn horn or trying to come out as a ray of frost or a undead cantrip or anything that you already know. It's now beginning to take the shapes of the actual runes that are on that little script of paper. And I'll say with that, there are 8 runes that are surrounding the actual spell. And with your rolls at the moment for the night, you've been able to actually manage to construct them and have them be stable for 2 of them. So for now, what I'm going to have you do is I want you to write Davrik runes 2 out of 8.
Hey.
Did you just
Hell
see what I
yeah.
just did in my Michael notes? Or have you just been doing that?
What?
No, I haven't. I actually
Okay.
haven't. I've been kind of hoping that you were keeping track of it, to be honest.
Well, I've got 0 so far, so.
Yeah. That's
What
a good thing to do, though.
But what I just did is I just did a thing, and then in my Michael notes, I can just edit it and then readjust
Yeah.
the number every time, so.
Cool. But yeah, 2 out of 8 for you, Danica.
Yay.
And that's all as you're kind of wandering around. I assume one of you eventually messages Elias to come to the room, right?
I message Elias, and I'm like waiting outside my door, like, come on. I'm like in a robe.
You see, he kind of, as he walks up the stairs, you see he kind of looks and goes, "Oh, Lascivious!
What? I'm in a robe.
I know, but this is not the...
You wanted to get comfortable.
Yeah.
I guess that might help. I just wasn't expecting so much chest hair."
I don't have any chest hair. What are you talking about?
What are these? Oh, these are scars. I'm so sorry.
No, those scars are tattoos. Okay, anyways, let's
These are
get inside.
tattoos?
Yes!
Who's your artist? These are awful.
Okay, wow. That's just straight up rude.
Elias just kind of like gives you like a small little pat on like the shoulders. Like, it's fine. Come on.
Yeah,
I lean into Elias and I'm like, listen, at least he didn't put his penis in your face.
Hey, listen, you're the one who was there. I didn't. That's your fault, not mine.
Do you follow suit with them into the room eventually there, Danica?
Yeah.
Okay. So all of you, with the exception of Michaelis, have come to the room. Lascivious, you kind of sit yourself onto the bed.
I go, oh wait, Mabel, can you still for the amulet?
Can I do that last? I'm gonna use
yeah,
my
no,
stuff
that's fair.
for...
That's fair. Yeah.
It's a good idea to focus on what we're about to do. This
No,
is
you're right,
brand. This is potentially brand new magic, Lascivious. We don't know. This could potentially make you lose brain
This
cells.
could kill me.
Possibly. I've never experimented with magic like this before.
Please don't say that. Okay, we're gonna try. Everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah, no, of course it's gonna be fine. Should I lie down or should I sit? Like.
Yes.
Okay.
Lie down.
I lie down.
Okay, just hold on. I'm gonna put a hand on Lascivious's chest, and I'm gonna cast Death Ward on him.
Bad idea.
And so, just like a brief light finger necklace like shows for a second, and then just like dissipates.
Oh, what's that?
Nothing. Just it's for good luck.
Oh, sweet. Thanks. Kind of tickle.
That's great. That's great. Okay.
That's so smart.
Okay.
Great.
So you lie down, Lascivious. You see Elias kind of joins you on the bed, only he sits behind you a little ways, just like so that he kind of sits crisscrossed, and your head is just like in between the little the crease between his two legs.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in his lap, but it's resting against his legs.
I just go, let me know if my horns are hurting.
You're fine.
Oh, okay, sweet.
He puts his hands to just to like beside your ears and looks to Mabel. I don't exactly know how you're gonna attempt to help me with your banishment magic, but are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. You see Elias begins to... There's a little bit of mist that kind of come out of Elias's hands, and they begin to kind of cover Lascivious a little bit. His face is still visible and things like that, but every now and then it looks like his face kind of distorts a little bit as the magical effect kind of takes place. Elias closes his eyes. Alright, Mabel, whatever you're gonna do, hit him or me with it, I guess.
Okay. Now that it's actually happening, Mabel's a little like,
Hey,
but
hey. You got this.
It'll be fine. And she'll put one hand. So is Elias? Does he have both hands on Lascivious's like temples or something?
Yes, they're like right here. They're not touching him, but they're just outside.
Okay. I'll grab Lascivious's arm. I guess she'll sit as close to his head as possible, so she'll like kind of lay a hand on one of his arms, and then maybe another hooking around Elias's to like see if she could like channel some sort of like between the two of them. Or...
I'll say this: you have to pick a target, either
Pick
Elias or Lascivious.
Well, if the point is to somehow add energy to what Elias is doing, I guess it would be for him, or would it make more sense to do Lascivious?
It's up to you. It's an unknown realm that you're kind of diving into. It's either you pick Lascivious to do the potentially go into, or you potentially try to help Elias by doing.
I'll do Lascivious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bonelia also sees everyone helping, and she's not totally sure what to do, so she casts Zone of Truth.
Wait a second. Wait a second. No, wait. Okay, yeah.
That
Anyways.
could be so bad.
Oh fuck. Oh,
I'm almost certain Lascivious is going to die. I mean, why did I say that out loud?
No, it's gonna be fine.
I'll say, Zone of Truth. Everybody has to make a save of some sort, or they can choose to fail it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I choose to fail it.
Cool.
Mabel.
I'm gonna roll.
Because it's only like in reference to being asked questions, right?
Yes.
So.
Yeah.
You still gonna roll it, Mabel?
That's a 2 without adding anything. So we're
Then
just...
no matter whatever the hell the roll was, Mabel absolutely fails.
I'm
Joe,
like,
do
fuck.
you attempt to not have the Zone of Truth affect you?
Yeah, I'm a little scared of truth.
Okay,
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oh,
I was gonna look up what
Oh
what
my
the save
God.
is for Zone of Truth, but y'all out here making it not even necessary.
What's a
Jeez.
charisma saving throw? Anyways.
Alright, Elias chooses to fail it.
Cool.
So you cast Zone of Truth. Sonnet, you cast Death Ward. Mabel, make a Constitution saving throw, please. It's not with advantage, nor is it with disadvantage. Yes, Joe?
Sorry, before she was, like, as she was about to start doing it, I wanted to, kind of say, like, you got this, and then I want to give her bardic inspiration.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
And so that would be, she gets to add a d10, to her roll.
Alright, Nat. So Constitution saving throw, no disadvantage, no advantage, and then add a d10 to whatever you roll.
the d20. That's gonna be an 11.
Is that with the D10 as well?
Yep.
Did you roll in that one?
Can I use
Did
a
you roll
lucky
it? Did you
point?
roll in that one?
I rolled a 9. I add 1 for my constitute. Wait, what?
So
Hold
what
up,
you're saying
hold
is
up,
you
hold
rolled
up.
a
Yeah, so you
10.
got a 10,
right?
and then if you
And
want
then the yeah.
We rolled a 1 on the bardic.
It's pretty sick.
So you rolled a 1 on the bardic?
It's bad. It's bad.
Okay. Okay.
Can
I just needed to know because if it's a nat 1 on the
Yeah.
20, it's a problem.
It's different,
Can
yeah.
I allow her to
No.
use one of my luck points at all?
Well, she's not doing like an attack roll against you or anything like that. So
Yeah,
no,
I
this is
I have one
her-
last luck point, so I was just wondering if I could give it to her.
I'm gonna say no. You're gonna have to focus on.
Yep, that's fair. No,
Yourself
I
and
understand.
stuff.
I understand.
Hey, so Mabel, your eyes flash white. This particular instance, you feel like you still have that control, but using this with the addition of another spell being cast on a person, it feels like it amplifies that headache that you sometimes get when you don't have full total control over it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna take 9 radiant damage
Okay.
as like the ringing kind of just rattles in your head so much louder than it has before. Lascivious, with this, what do you attempt to do? Like,
I kind of just
Just-
like the only reference that I have is for the nothingness in like that the lack of memory. So I'm really just focusing on the
On the
absence
blank
of
spot?
whatever it is, and just letting it be observed and like reached into, like, or like at least somehow trying to just will it, or like
Okay.
like, just opening up essentially. That's yeah.
okay. You... Mike, roll a d20 for me.
Which one do I roll? Fuck. That's so bad. Can I use a lucky point? My
This is
last one?
just flat. Sure, I'll say for this you can.
This is my last luck. Should I?
This is up to you, man.
Or to go home.
Fuck it. That was almost a fucking nat 20. It rolled to nat 20, hit the wall, and went to a fucking 8. God damn it,
So
it's
what
an
is
8.
what is it? Is it the
It's an
the
8,
8
'cause
or
the first one was a 3, so it's an 8.
okay?
That's
Okay.
fucking bullshit, dude.
So, Mabel, you, as your eyes go white, and as you focus on the emptiness from where those memories could be or would be for that young, you see everyone who, as you've got your eyes closed to focus, Mabel, your eyes are now flashing white. Elias has his eyes closed. Sonnet and Bonili, I would like for you two to make insight checks for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
Oh.
Oh, that's actually okay. 12.
Insight, I'm 16.
See, ooh, that's gonna be good. 12.
I said good as in bad because I rolled low, but my
Oh, I
insight's
see.
pretty good. So
Okay. With a 12 and a 16, you're both able to piece together, firstly, that Mabel's got such, like, a bit of, like, a grimace to her as she's trying to focus and hark in on this. It's probably one of the more serious amounts of pain that she's had while doing this. You see Lascivious has, like, this very serious kind of, like, focused look on his face, but every now and then, like, an eyebrow twitches. You see Elias... Lascivious aren't so much out of discomfort. It's like all the magic around him is forcing things to like twitch and kind of move on their own.
exactly
You see Elias, his eyes are closed, but you see like if you've ever seen somebody when their eyes are closed and they're still looking around, his eyes are going fucking crazy. Like they're looking from one side of the room to the next, to the corner, to the floor, to Lascivious, to Lascivious Horn, to Mabel, to Benelia. It's like a rapid fire movement. And you can see he kind of grits his teeth a little bit, and you can tell that he's in a little bit of pain doing this. And Lascivious, in your mind, you're trying to focus on this blank space where a memory should be. And you feel like it's like a cloud is kind of in the way. But there's this hole that's beginning to open. And as you kind of focus on it, you see it gets a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. And then all three of you, Lascivious, Elias, and Mabel, all three of your eyes open wide and they shine white.
Oh, what the fuck?
The
I'm
three of you.
I'm tapping Bonelia on the shoulder, like, they're dying. I think they're dying. I think they're dying.
Kill him.
The three of you begin to see a small bit of scenery kind of begin to mold and take place. There is a field of incredibly lush greenery area, and the area looks to be very primitive in its stylings. There's like some straw houses and like beginnings of wooden homes. And this area is, you've been all across Orlais, but this area you've never seen before. It looks familiar, but there's something off about it. As that kind of image struggles to continue to take shape, you see that cloud kind of begins to try to grab and take hold over it again. But it opens up and you can see a small, it looks to be about the height of someone who is around the age of 5. And as they kind of wander through this small little field area, a figure appears. It's wearing kind of like, it's a little blurry. It's still like whatever is causing these memories to not be there is still fighting back. But there's a figure there that's almost like it's just out of focus. They're wearing this kind of garb that kind of goes down to just below the shins. It's very white, and there's this really kind of like almost like a silken rope tied around the waistline. And you can hear a masculine voice ring out, but it can't, the words aren't making sense. It's like when a dyslexic person sees words. It's garbled, it's confusing, it's hard to understand, it's gibberish. And the voice is misconstrued. It goes up in tone, it goes down in tone. At some points it's pure silence. And eventually there's like a hand that goes in front, and the person in view kind of looks up. The male figure still is a complete blur, but there's a feminine figure beside him. And the feminine figure has very clearly shaped horns that go up. And she's got this greenish tinge to her skin with a slight red undertone to certain areas that almost look like cracks. And as she begins to take a little more clearer shape, the cloud comes together and all three of you are physically blown back from the spot that you're at. Lascivious, you feel like a giant force kind of like push you into the bed. Elias gets shoved into the back wall, and Mabel, you fly into a wall as well.
Oh my gosh.
That's so funny. I'm sorry.
Amelia's gripping onto Sonnet's arm.
Imagine if it was a nat 20 instead of a fucking 8. God damn.
So the three of you, oh wow, take 17 points of bludgeoning damage from force. Sorry, not bludgeoning, 17 force damage.
Okay. Oh,
Man.
fuck!
I came at the right time.
Yeah. Oh.
As you see Elias kind of like loses breath as he hits the wall, just oh my god. Oh god.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that as well?
We saw you flying.
No, I mean Mabel and Elias. Did you see what I
Yes,
see?
yes.
Oh, they weren't talking to us on it.
I thought so too.
Okay.
It's never us.
It's never us.
Guys, what's going on?
Michaelis, you're in another
Michaela
room.
says from the other room.
Genuinely, we'll say, Michaelis, you awake. Like, you had laid down for a little bit, and just as you were about to fall asleep, you hear the thuds of the people hitting the walls that are in the room beside yours.
What the fuck is... I'm trying to... I get up begrudgingly and I drag my sword with me.
So as you're kind of like dragging your sword through the hallways, you're in an inn at the moment.
Mhm.
You've kind of just caught up with Elias for a little bit. He's answered some questions. Currently, you know that everyone went to Lascivious' room to attempt to try to see into a memory of some sort. And hearing the thuds, there's a little bit of concern, like, oh, did something go wrong? You make your way to the room where you heard the thud from. As you ask the question there, Lascivious, you see Michaelis open the door.
Whoa.
What the hell's going on? Like, I was trying to get some sleep and then I hear knocking and thudding. Are you trying to kill somebody or is somebody trying to kill you?
I mean, you know what's going on. We literally said what we were planning on doing.
I'm aware, but it sounds like somebody's trying to kill you. Is something else coming out of you this time?
No, nothing's coming out of me.
Okay.
I just kind of looked at Mabel and Elias. Are you guys okay?
You see Elias kind of like...
I'm also hurting badly. I'm like, are you guys okay?
You see like Elias kind of like holding his bag. It's like, yeah, I think it just popped something a little bit.
Yes.
We were almost there. Let me try something. And Mabel is out of breath, but she's gonna crawl towards Lascivious, and she's going to persist, and she's going to cast Identify on him. She's just gonna place a hand.
I'm gonna cast Mass Cure Wounds.
God.
Okay, yeah.
Also, can I do the help action to Mabel with whatever she's doing?
I'm casting magic. Yeah.
I know, but I can still help.
What's you're casting Identify, right?
Ether.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
there's any way that you can help, but we'll say
No.
like you can help bandage up like whoever's just been kind of injured for now, just so you're around.
All right,
How
sure.
many
I
hit
was just...
Yeah, Danica, how many hit points do they heal?
1 sec. Plus the modifier. Yes. 25.
Oh,
damn.
really?
Yeah. You're welcome.
I'm at full health.
I
As
was
you
casting it on you.
You said
Oh, wait,
mass
I-
healing.
Actually,
Mass,
yeah,
she gets to pick a certain amount of targets, I believe.
Oh,
see.
okay. I'll minus
That's 6
that.
people. Okay, yeah, that could be all of you.
Okay.
Oh,
You
that's
said mass
everybody.
healing. I thought it was an AoE.
All right,
It's
so
Mass
she
Cure Wounds.
casts Identify on me. What's going on?
Yeah, Mabel's gonna cast Identify. Either to pick up remnants of that, or to pick up any, like,
Okay.
innate magical energy, anything that's, like,
Say to me word for word what the Identify spell says.
You choose one object. Ooh.
He counts as an
I
object
count
as
as an
well.
object.
If you instead touch a
He's an
creature
ob-
throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. You learn whether any spells are currently affecting this thing. That's it. Instant.
You see, as you cast Identify on him, you get a few things. Firstly, obviously, Tiefling in heritage.
Mhm.
You see, male, generic things like that. However, you see that there is a spell that is cast on him. It's a spell that you've never heard of before. This spell goes by the name Brain Fog.
Yeah. Do I learn its properties? I mean, besides the obvious of, like...
This spell, like, aside from the name kind of giving you an obvious, like, feel of what it is, I'll say, you learn that this spell is old. Like, it is old magic. And you can feel, like, even identify as you gain little bits of information about it. Just as that information kind of comes into your head and you're about to figure out another thing, it's gone. It's like something is actively fighting to keep what is hidden there hidden from any type of magic. And that's what I'll say that you'll learn about the properties.
Okay.
I know it's not like divination or anything like that, but you know.
Can I try to cast Dispel Magic?
Describe me what Dispel Magic does again? I know it just dispels magic, but
Yeah.
the exact wording.
Dispel Magic. Choose one creature within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a success, the spell ends.
Okay. You're gonna have to make a check.
Okay.
You're gonna have to hit a nat 20.
Spellcasting ability is plus 4. That was tilted. That's 18.
It fails.
Interesting.
I'm just kind of like, okay, there was like a little character that like, or a person that was like the size of like a kid, and then there was like a green horned a red horned woman with green like crack marks.
No, other way around. Green.
There was a green
woman.
like it was a horned green woman. I'm assuming tiefling or something that had red crack marks on her skin. And then there was another figure that I assuming we couldn't see.
Well, you got like
robes,
like a bait.
White robes.
Yeah.
So.
And you remember that the surrounding area looked familiar,
and it was,
but it wasn't right, and it was very primitive in terms of like surrounding.
Everything seemed a little like old, like primitive old, and there was like green pastures and stuff like that, and it felt familiar, but I don't know where it was. You think it was like old like Volum?
It was old somewhere.
Maybe.
God damn it. I can keep trying. I'll keep trying. I can, and Mabel's gonna kind of frantically open her spell book. I imagine maybe like.
What I'll say is everyone with the exception of Michaelis, because he's not native to Orlais, can roll a history check for me.
Nothing. That's an 8 for me.
23.
That's a nat 1.
15 for me.
Okay. Lascivious and Dan and Bonelia. I mean, Lascivious, you grew up in Volum. You don't really know the locales all
I
that
only
much.
have the reference of Volum itself currently, so.
Bonelia, you were dead for so many years, like it just too foggy, way too foggy. In fact, like your head just spins around on your spine trying to figure out where the fuck this place could be. Sonnet and Mabel, you kind of recall back into memory, staying that like old and primitive type area. It felt familiar but different. There's one place that brings up in your memory that could be an answer, as it's the only place, aside from as time goes on and places technologically advance and magically advance, that has physically changed its geography. And that was Gomorrah.
Oh, no fucking way. Oh, wait a second. Oh, there's no way. Oh, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, so, I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking, Mabel, but, Gomorrah, perhaps, would have been?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe Gamora.
Well, okay, that was Kapir's domain, right?
Yeah.
Kapir said that there was something about me that he couldn't tell me yet. It wasn't the right time.
What are you saying?
Okay, this is just a shot in the dark. I don't even know. There was a small little thing in what we just saw. There was a tiefling-esque woman, potentially. Well, we'll just say a woman with horns, and a guy.
A horny woman.
A guy in a guy in
That narrows it down.
white robes in a green pasture, and if you recognize it as Gamora.
Oh, the white.
Do you think that?
I think maybe.
You think that this is too much? This is too much, but do you think that my memory is of Kapir and Vaxis? And a young me?
Lascivious, if that's the case, you're the son of a god and a... Well, you're something.
So you're telling me I was right all this time?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
That's not the time. That's not the time.
Damn. I know my guesses suck sometimes, but goddamn, that just knocked it out of the park.
Okay. Is that, Elias, has that ever been a thing?
Someone being a child of a god and a demon?
Or just a god and a demon doing whatever
I-
they're doing?
I don't think I've ever heard of a god having a child. Like, I've heard of Lolth having LeFay as her surrogate daughter from what I've been told by Cheshire, but other than that, I've never heard of a deity properly having children.
No demigods of any sort?
I've only heard of demons having children, hence tieflings existing.
Right.
If there was a fight, could we... Is it possible it was between them? I mean, Kapir, Lascivious found him in a ring stuck in a... I mean, on a statue, and then Vaxis is...
But we know that the history is that Kapir had fought Bane over that land because Bane was invading. Bane cast him out, and then Kapir put himself in the ring so that his presence couldn't be sensed, and I'm assuming,
But you sensed
regaining
it.
strength. And
You
then
found him.
And then I found him, and then
It adds up.
Elias, can gods give gods their soul?
I don't know. I don't exactly know the magical
I think that would be a
abilities
more
of a-
philosophical or religious question for somebody else.
Can
Yeah.
Than Elias. No
okay,
offense, Elias, but
Can I just solely based on the fact that this is a conclusion that we're coming to, and I don't necessarily expect anything here, but is there anything internally that's kind of reacting to this, piecing together?
Nothing that's immediate, a light bulb goes off
Yeah.
in your head, but there was a very sense of paternal type feel to the two people that were portrayed in that small little snippet. Living through it, you would feel the soft little memories of it and feel the certain aspects and emotional states. And it definitely feels like a kid looking up to a parent.
Okay, so if Vaxis and Kapir are my parents, what does that make me?
Would it help to go to Gamora? Do you think that might help with your memories?
I think now it's another good reason to go there, but I don't know. Do we even really know it's Gamora, guys? Like it's a completely different place. It looked like, so I don't know.
I mean, Gamora did change before the orcs took over, right? So that could have been Gamora before things changed.
But
you also need to go there anyways.
How old does that make me?
And if you can't remember,
like what? Okay, when did Kapir lose Gamora? Elias, do you know?
That would be roughly around 7 centuries ago.
So okay, so just so everyone else knows, like what would that be like years wise, roughly centuries?
700.
A century is 100 years.
Century is 100 years.
So 700.
Okay, well, yeah, no, I knew that. I just figured.
Right.
So, okay. So does that mean that I am potentially 700 years old?
Well, you don't act like it.
or look it.
Even elves don't look that good at 700. Hell, some don't even live that far.
Hey, at least somebody gets it.
Well, it does leave definitely a bigger opening than that if you are sired out of a demon or a god or both for that case.
That would potentially explain your apparent affection towards deities. If what everyone is saying is true with Lilith coming out of you, you might be naturally adept to housing at deities of some sort. I've never heard of a child being born of both a god and a demon, so I don't know what the capabilities are. That would be a whole other section of a history book waiting to write itself.
But hold on, where does Lilith come into this?
Well, I don't know what she looks like, but I know that she's in, like, I share her name, and yeah, we don't know what she looks like, so maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's not Lilith. All I know is that she and Kapir fought, which means that they had a history. And if there's a woman with horns in this memory, from the perspective of, I'm assuming me, because I can't have other people's memories, and Kapir was the one who was in control of...
You did have, you do have something going on. There's a spell that's been on you for long enough. I can't tell how long, but this spell is clearly very old. I don't even know it.
Did you know what type of spell it is?
It's affecting your memories. The clouds that we were seeing inside, you know, it
So something doesn't want me knowing.
No, it was fighting against me finding out.
So something actively doesn't want me knowing.
Could that have been Kapir? Because he did tell you, if he told you, you know, now's not the time, or whatever it is that he said, you've casted that a long time ago. You just don't remember.
That is a lot.
I don't know if there's anything else I can do.
I'm going to go check on my kids to make sure they didn't wake up.
No, that's a good idea.
You see Elias kind of like steps up and goes to kind of like walk out the door, and you see like he's a little shaken in the way that he kind of walks. Like it's all the information kind of fired off at him, and all these new history things are kind of shaking his world a little bit, and you see kind of like, even with the help of Bonelia, he's still got like this sore kind of back and is walking with a small bit of like a limp. And eventually, it kind of shuts the door behind him, leaving the 5 of you alone.
I'm gonna, in my head,
Mhm.
think to the sword and just try to think, it's like, you guys gather any of this? Does any of this, like you guys go hundreds, if not 1,000 or so year back, so any recollections, guys, girls, ladies?
We aren't even from here.
Touche. I just look at the others, just like, okay, so what now? We head to Gomorrah. We need to go there anyways, so.
I think what is the most important thing right now is dealing with Tekuin, and I think part of that is going to Imperia, getting Bonelia her stuff, and going to the records, the Hall of Records, whatever it is. And then this can be put on the back burner for now. I kind of need to process this.
Rightly so.
So I'm assuming you want us to all get out of your room now? Probably.
I do want sleep, so yeah.
Part of me wants to be alone, but part of me doesn't at the same time. So I don't know.
Kalis, do you want to bunk with Lascivious?
No, actually, no. Everyone go to their rooms.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Have a good night, Lascivious.
Yeah.
Take care. Don't have any more weird thumping nightmares and, wake me up again.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, we'll do.
Okay. I'm under the assumption the rest of you go back to your rooms.
I think I'll walk towards. I'll kind of be either the last or second last or whatever. And I'll walk towards the door. And I'll just turn around and just kind of sigh. Lascivious, do you want to bunk with Mabel and I?
Maybe.
Okay, well, grab whatever will make you comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sleep on the floor.
I just gotta get my things.
Okay.
And I literally just go to a corner in the room and have a blanket and just lie on the floor.
Okay. Oh, I mean, you bring the pillows from the room as well.
Nope.
It's all right.
Just blanket. I don't even know if I'm gonna be sleeping. Gonna be honest.
See Lascivious go in there, and I look at Michaelis and I go, "Do you want to fuck?"
I mean, fuck it. I mean, everybody's bunking up. Fuck it. Why not? Let's shake it up a bit. I'm gonna be sleeping. I know you don't really sleep. You kind of just stare into the abyss. But that's your
I'll
thing.
only do that for half the night.
What's the other half?
I'm gonna work on magic.
Oh right. What do you call it? Attuning?
I'm working on. I lift up the sheet that Lascivious drew on earlier. That was the runes from Tekuin's last imprisonment place.
In the mines.
Yes. I'm gonna try to figure out this imprisoning spell.
I kind of say to Mabel as they're getting ready for bed. I'm like, "Do you have the sleep spell?"
I
How much health do you have left?
I have 45 hit points.
It might take a while.
45 consecutive hits.
You can hit me with the strongest.
sleep, go to
You can hit
sleep.
me with the
No one
strongest
is
you got.
hitting you. No, Lascivious, I don't have.
Okay. No, it's cool.
Poison yourself to the point of near anaphylactic shock, and now
I just kind of close my eyes and I just try to sleep.
Okay.
I
Okay. I'm gonna say that people go into their long rests. Lascivious, you kind of have the restless kind of sleep. Your brain is a little busy trying to think of things as well. So you're having these weird dreams. You're kind of tossing and turning in your sleep. Michaelis, you're kind of having a bit of a weird sleep as well. You can kind of hear the whispers from the sword in your head, kind of like talking to each other a little bit as you're sleeping.
I'm gonna think in my head is like, can you guys, for the love of fuck, let me sleep? Talk to me later.
Eventually, you see or you hear the whispers kind of die down and go, "Wow, what a jack!" As they eventually kind of go down. But Nelia, you kind of enter your kind of restful state for a little bit there, kind of staring off into the darkness of the room. Sonnet and Mabel. Sonnet, you kind of laid down. You're able to fall asleep decently easy if
it's not a problem, I feel like we don't have to roleplay it or anything, but I
Mhm.
feel like I'm messaging Mabel in her head, being like, he's going through a lot, huh? Just going like we're just having a full-on conversation in the silence.
yeah, definitely.
Are you guys
yeah.
messaging?
He definitely. I wish I could help him, but I can't.
I can imagine a conversation going just like. And it's just like.
yeah. Of course. You guys kind of check up and speak to each other a little bit in your heads. Eventually, though, you all kind of retire for the night. It's been a very long day of traveling and then catching up with people and speaking. Mabel, you transfer for about maybe 4 hours or so. I'll kind of go one by one here because I know you wanted to do something in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Yeah.
So your trance has kind of ended.
Mm-hmm.
You're more so awake. What do you do?
I picture the scene as if Mabel's just kind of staring at the ceiling. It's been maybe a few minutes since she's been done trancing. I'm gonna look over to Sonnet. What does he look like?
Got one arm over the bed, like on my stomach, like a leg, kind of like.
Out of the blanket.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just, kind of almost like a slight drool out of my mouth.
You're dead asleep.
I'm
Okay.
I'm just knocked out right now.
Also, Nat, make a quick perception check for me as well.
Bless. 18. 24. Sorry.
24?
Mhm.
While Sonnet is also dead asleep, you can see parts of him begin to kind of grow little bits of fur, but they eventually recede back.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. No, that was the last thing I wanted to hear. Okay. Mabel's like, holy shit, and then if it seems to be fine, she's just gonna stare at him some more because we love doing that. And then I'm gonna look over to Lascivious. Is he on my side on the floor, or is he? Do I got?
He's in the corner of the bed, like he's on at the edge of the bed.
Like,
but
do I have to?
Wall. I don't think you'd have to walk.
Like,
over
do I
him.
have to peek over Sonnet to see him? Like, where is he?
You probably just sit up and look across and see me in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you looking?
I don't know. I don't know if this is something I should have a walker answer or not.
I feel like with the current events that have happened to Lascivious for the night, like he's very tossy-turny. He is asleep, but it's like it's kind of like a light sleep. Like you could potentially wake him and disrupt his long rest.
Yeah.
I am not going to. I think Mabel. So after she sits up and she kind of checks out Lascivious' situation, I think she's gonna sit in the dark for a hot minute.
Okay.
Thinking things. And if I activated my banishment stuff, I think I think she'll try and activate it, or like call upon it or whatever, and maybe bring like a pillow to her face or something so that the white doesn't like light up the room.
Yeah.
How far is this cabin in that vision that she saw?
I won't have you roll for it. We'll go off of your previous roll from the night.
Okay.
Activating the sense. It's maybe about like a 10-minute walk from like your inn to the place, because it's just on the outskirts of town, deeper into the woods.
That is perfect. Okay. I think, and I'll do the checks. Mabel's gonna try and leave.
Okay.
And go to it.
We'll have you do a stealth check. And Lascivious, what is your passive perception?
It's only 10. It's not.
So if you can beat a 10, you won't wake Lascivious up. Son, I'll ask you, like, do you think the passive perception would wake Son up? Do you think he's dead asleep?
I think it'd still wake him up. Like I'm just trying to signify that he's sleeping better now that Tekuin's not there.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, what's your
So
passive
cute.
perception?
20.
Oh
no!
Oh, when did that happen? Oh, wait. I thought I had the highest. No.
Nope.
Wow.
So
He's
if you
been
can
an
beat
observer.
if you can beat a 20, you won't wake up Sonnet. I hope you have a good portent.
No.
You know, if you wake me up, I could give you bardic inspiration.
I have a 12 and a natural one. I don't want to use any of those. But my perception is really good. So
But
to beat a 20, I would need...
Not your perception, it would be your
Your
stealth.
stealth.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Wait a minute.
Which would be dexterity plus proficiency, right?
Oh.
Or does she not have it? She wouldn't have proficiency, I don't
Yeah, I don't think she's
Probably.
To
perfect.
meet a 20, I need a 19.
think.
Oh.
Get that nat
Well,
20.
good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Fuck, okay. We're gonna get a nat 20, okay?
Gonna get a nat 20. This is it.
That's gonna be a 13.
Yeah.
You don't get me. You don't wake me up.
As you kind
Okay.
of shift yourself out of bed, Sonnet, you feel yourself kind of stir awake a little bit.
I'm just, like, without moving, I'm just gonna open my eyes. Yeah, literally. And yeah, what do I see? Is she, like...
Yeah, I think Mabel maybe has just kind of carefully gotten off of the bed, and then maybe she's sort of like fixing the blanket or whatever.
I think I'm just gonna, like, message in her head. Hey.
She'll look up to meet you, staring back at her.
And I just raise my eyebrows. What are you doing?
She's wanting to say something like, "Oh, I can't sleep. Oh, I can't." But she doesn't do that, so she can't say that.
Keep in mind, Zone of Truth is still active.
No, fuck you,
Nice.
Cornelia. No, this is horrible. Okay, so then maybe she finds herself wanting to say something like, "I can't trance," and I blah blah blah, which would be fair. She definitely would feel that pull, to be honest.
She can't stop it. She has to be honest.
She can't.
You cannot lie to her right
You
now.
straight up have to say what you're doing.
Oh, this could ruin stuff. And yeah, so then Mabel's gonna feel a pull towards saying, I need some fresh air. I want to go outside for a bit.
Real quick, I just want to say, like, with Zone of Truth, you have to say exactly what you intend on doing.
Oh, no, you don't.
You don't? Oh, sweet. Never mind.
You can beat around the bush.
I gotta go pee.
Yeah. As long as it remains within the boundaries of truth.
Thank you. So yeah, she says that.
He's like, at this time of night?
the stars are brighter at this time of night. I thought I'd go take a look. I didn't want to wake you.
Well, unfortunately, I'm a little bit alert.
Join her. Join her.
Where exactly are you going?
I wish you wouldn't ask me that. She's like,
And now he's gonna like narrow his eyes at
she's
her,
like,
why?
Yeah, Mabel's gonna be like, there is okay. Do you remember before we entered town, I said that I saw something?
Hold on. Zone of Truth lasts 10 minutes.
Oh, rip.
What?
Oh.
Okay, then we'll rewind a bit. And we'll get back to her saying,
What are you...
Make her do the roll, Walker.
Yeah, the whole thing about the stars being right at this time of night, and then maybe you having said what you said about that. Mabel's gonna say, I feel cramped up. I want to go outside. It's a little hot in here.
Let's have you roll persuasion or deception, but don't say it out loud. Just tell me the total. And Sonnet, what is let's have you roll an insight.
Gotcha.
Oh my god, where are you on this thing?
Okay.
Thought I waking up be like.
And tell me the deception or persuasion.
The first one.
Oh, okay. So yours. Okay.
I'm just gonna say, but he doesn't know what I roll.
What'd you roll, Sonnet?
15.
You can tell that she's got an ulterior motive.
Okay, then he's gonna narrow his eyes at her.
We get back to where we were.
Yeah.
Good blocking, everybody.
He's the stars.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing else.
Okay. Do you remember before we entered town when I told you that I was seeing something in the distance? And then we had that conversation, and then we went to bed?
Yeah.
I want to check it out.
Right now.
Yeah. I'm done trancing. I can't sit still. I want to go see it.
And you wanted to do it alone.
It's 10 minutes away. I thought I'd be there and back.
I mean, it could possess some sort of danger. No, there's a lot of things. And then he's just gonna stop talking. He's just gonna rub his eyes and start getting out of bed.
Wait, but hold on.
Do you roll stealth? Do you roll stealth, Joe?
Like if I know Lascivious is sleeping, probably.
Yes, you know that Lascivious is sleeping because he's sleeping in your room.
So I'll probably do it silently, or try to.
So then you can roll stealth against Lascivious's passive perception of 10.
Nice. Mine would be 22.
Oh yeah, we're good.
Okay, yeah, you don't wake him up.
Hold on. Wait, you don't have to get up. You can go to bed.
I'm just like, in her head, where are we going?
It's not far. And with that, I think Mabel looks a little defeated. I think. Actually, I don't. Does Sonnet want to make an insight?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll an insight on her there. 10.
That is a 14.
I would say that you can probably tell like the small
She's been
bit of
losing so
disappointment
far,
in there.
so
Yeah.
yeah. So with that, I think Mabel looks a little defeated. Definitely tired. I think her eyes still look very sad, and they've been sad for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that the fact that you are coming with her, I think with her trying to sneak away, would probably tell you that she wanted to go alone. Maybe you could garner that she didn't want you to go with her.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah.
So maybe you see that as she kind of, it's like, okay, I guess you're coming with, and she's gonna grab her book and put some sort of coat on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm under the assumption that you both start making your way.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Son took him a fuck. He's like, all right, go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he just doesn't say anything.
Okay. As the two of you kind of make your way through Yanamel, this is about, give or take, 3 to 5 in the morning. The town is quite dead, with the exception of a small place is having some lights on. The inn still has its lights on for the kitchen area. You walked past, the gnomish man is currently working by himself, kind of tending to the last few people that are hanging around. As you kind of walk through the city, you do see the lighthouse that Adonis resides in at the moment. You can see that he's currently watching over the city. You see that he clocks the two of you and then just turns around and goes back. Knowing that he is a high elf as well, that he trances, and so he'd be up around the same time. Not necessarily suspicious in any kind of way, but you can see he's kind of looming over the city with a little bit of last bit of authority that he feels like he might have. As you leave this town gates, there's a couple of guards that kind of like that have taken up station on orders of Elias. They kind of look to the both of you, let you through. The one guard kind of looks to the both of you, goes, "Be careful out there. No need to lose more people to what could be out there in the woods."
Yeah, we'll be out and in real quick.
See, the other guy just goes, "Be safe." And the two of you kind of make your way across the bridge. As you kind of cross it, the water kind of is very tranquil at the moment. It's usually like a good river most of the year, but right now the water is quite calm. You see the little bits of trickling kind of through as it hits rocks and little patches of greenery. As you get across to the actual wooded area, walking through, there's quite a bit of like different cabin housing and stuff like that. So of course you have homes that are made of like logs and stuff like that. There's a couple people that are currently awake at this hour, but not a lot of people are up right now. And as you come closer to the sort of,
You putting on spooky music?
no. I need
Non-romantic music.
as the two of you kind of as the two of you make your way closer to the cabin, you hear like the trickles of rainfall that begin to kind of come down. The clouds have kind of come back in the middle of the night, and you feel like this small little brisk breeze kind of blow past. It's a good thing you grabbed like a jacket or anything like that. It's beginning to become very cold as you're getting closer to the winter months. Getting to the actual cabin itself, I'll ask for the both of you to make perception checks, please.
That's a nat 20.
Or was that when I needed it?
Yeah.
24.
Sonnet
Okay.
sees all.
So, the cabin itself is made out of this very modest type of wood. It's stained and looks very nicely upkept. The lawn is very, not necessarily freshly mowed, but looks like it's been taken care of maybe about 5-6 days ago ish. The grass is kind of beginning to grow back into place.
Okay.
There is a small little deck area with some steps that lead onto it, with a little mat that says welcome on it, as well as a little bench swing that's made out of like thick logs and then planks of wood that were it looks like they were sawed and sanded, like properly professionally made. The home has you can tell that the home has one floor from the outside. The actual deck kind of goes up and then goes around to the side, and at the very end of it there's a window that looks to be going into a bed, goes into a room with like a painting easel that has a painting on it, as well as a couple of chairs towards the end of it. The place kind of like around it has a very homely kind of vibe. Like it doesn't look out of place in this area. Sonnet, with your nat 20, I'll say that not only do you clock all of what Mabel just clocked, but you see there is a small little faded area on the inside that you can tell straight from a window. And you see that there is a small little, it looks like a toy chest on the inside. With that as well, you can see there's a name that's been kind of carved into it. It looks a little faded nowadays. On the outside of it, like the actual chest itself is very nicely made, but the wording is faded with time, as it says Azria.
Wait.
I fucking knew it.
What?
I'm so sad, but I don't know this. Okay.
There is alongside that as well, you see just on the outskirts around the place, there's a small little wooden playground made as well.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of just message inside Mabel's head, just Azria.
What?
And then if she looks to me, I'm just pointing towards the chest.
You also see the toy chest through the window into the living room that has the toy chest with Azria's name on.
I think Mabel grows a little panicky, and her gaze goes toward the front door, and she's gonna try and open it.
Okay. The door's locked.
If she were to go around, is there a back door?
They're going around the entire building. There is no back door, but there's a couple of windows that you can kind of peek inside of. It's hard to tell from like the ground layer because it is built on like a foundation of sorts. So it's hard to see inwards, but there is no kind of back door.
Are any of the windows open? Can they be open?
None of them are open, no. And they look like they open from the inside, specifically to go outwards. There's no like handle for you to grab and pull.
Could my mage hand go through the glass and open it? Is that a thing you can do?
I don't think so. I don't think mage hand.
I don't think we can go through.
Yeah, I want to say not.
It's spectral, though. Can it, like...
But if it doesn't state that it specifically has the ability to phase through things, then it can't. Because I don't imagine you can mage hand things you can't see.
Well, I can use them manipulate an object, open and unlocked. Okay, well...
I mean,
right.
You can do that on a door.
On a locked door, yeah.
Or Sonic could
potential try to. You could try to unlock it if either of you have these tools.
Someone
No.
has thaumaturgy, you can just burst it open.
I don't have
I'll look.
thaumaturgy.
It's locked, never mind.
I'll come back from trying to jimmy open the windows, and I'll kind of look to him, thinking, "Oh yeah, he's here," and then maybe just be like, "Could you maybe try to open the door?"
Like, how exactly?
Like it's locked, and however would not make a mess, maybe.
Okay, well that's the only way I could have done it. I don't have the tools on me, perchance, to get on in there, you know?
That's okay. And I'm going to Ray of Frost, maybe one of the back windows, and try and
Okay.
like push it, you know.
Yeah, so going around to the very back of the house, there is one window that very clearly goes into like a bedroom. You can Ray of Frost that. Roll to hit.
Imagine Azra's in there like, what the fuck?
That's a 2, so can I just smash it, maybe?
Well, 2, you Ray of Frost it, but instead it doesn't hit the window. It just hits like side of the house instead.
Yeah, she's a little frustrated.
Don't you? Sorry.
Can I try again?
Yeah, you could try again.
Yeah.
You do have another person there.
It's not one. Okay, I think at this point.
You
I'm
feel
just
like
watching.
the emotion from the potential of like what's potentially inside. You shoot it off, but it's not strong enough to actually form the Ray of Frost, and it just kind of dinks off and just kind of hits you in like the shoulder as it kind of rebounds. You can. You'll take.
She's not thinking.
You'll take the 2 points of cold damage.
Amazing.
I'm just gonna put a hand on her cold hands and just like message to her again, like, what's going on?
You can talk out loud, you know. There's no one here.
I don't know if I should.
Well, I'm doing it, so it's fine. And then, I think she'll lift her hand up, or one of them, to try again. And just maybe kind of take a second to look at the frost that's sort of accumulated.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think she'll...
Can I whisper to her, is there anyone inside?
Upon that, Mabel didn't actually check in the moment. Can I use my...
I'll say you can gather from the fact that you've tried to Ray of Frost the house twice and no one's you can probably assume no one's home.
Mm.
So then she'll be like, yes, it's fine. And then maybe she'll just punch the window. Her spells aren't working, her brain isn't working, so she'll just punch it.
And she slits her wrist.
The Michaelis way.
Make a melee attack roll. I don't know how this is gonna help you anymore.
Listen, if I can't freeze glass and have it shatter, then clearly I can't do much. That's a 4.
Michaelis' ghost.
You go to punch and just you don't get enough height, and instead you just punch a log.
Sonic, can you please do something?
I'm like sitting there. Finally, you said it. And then I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna go to the door. And then I'm gonna take out my dagger and like almost as if I'm about to like lockpick it. But then I'm just gonna like wind back and just hit the door, but I'm gonna use my what is it, bardic maneuver or whatever for the push.
Okay.
And so
you still have to hit.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's still pretty good.
She's like, why can't I get in this house?
This is for the dagger of venom. That would be a 23.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Nice. And then I'll do.
I honestly, I don't even really need you to roll damage. This thing did not have a high AC nor high health number.
Yikes.
So, You very easily just like with a
Embarrassing.
blunt handle just kind of bash, and the
Mhm.
key or like the door knob just comes right off, and you see the little lock chunk kind of fall with it, and the door
Mhm.
kind of opens up slightly.
And then, like, as I slowly push it open, I just look over to Mabel, and I'm like, "See, not that hard to ask for help, right?" I just slowly push it open.
He's in the doghouse tonight.
Puts his collar back on. Just kidding.
She'll bite her tongue and move in ahead of him and step inside.
Okay. Walking inside, it's a there's a very large living room first. You see there's like a very nice rug right at the door. There's like a boot rack to the left and a coat hanger to the right. There's actually a coat on the coat hanger currently. It's like this this black type vest that's got like a couple little like buttons to down at the bottom. It appears to be from the last time that you saw Cyrus was probably what he casually kind of wears around. Living room has like a small little fireplace that looks like it hasn't been lit in quite a few days. There's charcoal down there, but the charcoal looks old. There's a couple of chairs. There's one big chair, and then there's a small chair right beside it. Against the wall, there's like this bookcase that has a different amount of different kinds of books. There's legends of Orlais. There's histories. There's novels that are fantasy novels, fictions and non-fictions, all different types of books. And then towards the very end of it, you can see there's child books that range from anywhere that like a 4-year-old could read to as much as like an early maybe like 7 or 8-year-old type novels. And then eventually they kind of end at a certain point where the bottom row is just completely empty. Across from that, there is a very large amount of photos that look like they've been developed. There's a couple of different ones that show Cyrus kind of like exploring little areas. Like you see him in front of like a cave that has like a very wide opening. You see him and a very small little pink tiefling child in front of a waterfall. And you see there's one of Cyrus, a very young looking Azria, and the woman from the pictures that you would have seen in his pocket looking incredibly sick. But there's a bunch of different family portraits that are kind of around. There's also a hallway that goes further down with 2 different ways, one going left and one going right.
She's definitely going to pause in front of the photos. And then look behind her. And go down the hallway, and she'll turn to the right. And I think as she does this, maybe subconsciously she's like trying to not face Sonnet, like yeah. So yeah, she does that. She's kind of avoiding him being able to look at her, and she'll go to the right.
Okay. Sonnet, do you follow her or do you go to the left?
Oh, I follow.
Going into the room to the right, there's another door, but that one is completely unlocked. Swinging it open, there's a very large bedroom. This appears to be kind of like what the master bedroom would be. There is a bed that's tucked into a small little corner alcove that looks far too big for a singular person to sleep in. There's also a rug in the center room that has these very nice ornately decorated patterns, like circles and sparkles and things like that. There's a chair that kind of there's a small little round table with 3 seats at it that are beside a window with 2 that look relatively that haven't been used in a long time, and one that looks like it's been not used recently. There's a thinner layer of dust on this particular chair, but it's got a layer of dust on it. And there is a desk with very neatly filed paperwork. There's one pile that has like business dealings, so you see like there's a couple for signing contracts between him and Adonis.
Yeah, I'm gonna
that
go
over
through them.
things like that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it is mainly just business dealings and couple things like about setting up cultist hideouts here and there.
Anything about my family? Particular?
There is one particular spot that has like a note that definitely catches your eye. It looks newer than most of the notes here.
Okay.
And picking it up, say you can look in the campaign notes.
Can I get to read something? Okay, I'm gonna read it.
Orlais images. I need to see and make sure that I'm getting the right file in here, so please bear with me. Okay, yeah. Cool. You find this note.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. Let me open it. Make it bigger. Log 4. My time has been short in the region of Zoar, but not entirely uneventful. This town of Yanamel is quite lovely and could make a wonderful homestead once everything is said and done. Surely Yelena will forgive me for having to step away for some time. Perhaps something from the inner city may appease her fiery heart. I could always give her a jewel from the mines, I suppose. I'm hoping I will not need to be here for much longer. The time away drives me insane, but alas, anything for her. There are only a few candidates left to check on. From Irene Compris and the latest additions to the Magnolia family. I'm not positive as to why Loth wants me to check in on the Magnolias again. The first time she attempted to implant banishment magic, it didn't work well, and the woman died a year later. Unable to withstand the immense magical pressure, the vision-like nightmares it gave. Thankfully, she did have children, so the bloodline continued. But still, it seems off to try again. Perhaps there's something special about this set of twins to be born. Or perhaps it's this new pet of hers in Cheshire that's given her the renewed vigor in retracing the previous failures. Either way, it may be smart to keep an eye on the twins, at least for a little while. I cannot leave Yelena for long, however. My own kin is due soon.
Spicy.
Oh.
Interesting.
Looking over this, you can tell that this note was probably written probably about around the time that you would have been born, you and Azure being roughly around the same age, maybe like by a couple of months.
Yeah.
Definitely tell that this was Cyrus's writing, of course. You can tell like a couple of the things here. Noting that when you went past like the books and things like that, none of them were actually touched. They had a very large layer of dust on them, as if somebody put them there in anticipation, but it looks like whatever was going there wasn't actually used. A lot of the places definitely made out to be more familiar feeling. And that's all that you find in the room.
There is definitely nothing else. No other mention of Magnolias or Mabel.
That is it for that particular room.
I think absent-mindedly she'll kind of hang on to the note as she goes to check the other room, the one that was to the left.
Kind of shooing past on it with a little bit of like a purpose moving through the home.
And can I collect any physical copy of a note that would have Cyrus's and Adonis's name?
Yeah, you absolutely find a contract between Cyrus and Adonis in relation to profits being shared between the two.
Nice.
So yeah, you have a physical. You can put in your inventory that you have a, we'll say, mining company profit contract.
Gotcha.
And that will be the physical proof that you might need. Going into the room on the left, you find a very small room with a bed that is nooked against the wall that kind of goes into a window that is rounded. It's got like stained glass type of appear to it, but the bottom half of it is see-through. It looks akin to like a child's bed, and as it kind of goes into the window, it looks like it might not have been necessarily a home for somebody very long or anything like that, because the bed looks completely untouched. There is a very small bookcase that pertains a lot of child novels to teen novels that also look like they haven't been touched. There's a small chair off in the corner, as well as an art easel that has a painting attached to it. This painting happens to have a picture of what looks like a teenage Azria to it. The art is painstakingly, almost like 2D poured through it. It seems like Cyrus might have poured a lot of time into painting while he was waiting between orders and tried to focus on what he might have deemed important. As behind it, you see a couple of different paintings, including one of the sickly-looking woman, but with a little more color to her skin, and then another one of a younger version of Azria, and then a slightly older version of Azria, and then eventually one that is... The last one that is of Azria looks to be when she is around like, the age of 15 to 16, and most of the paintings have like this smile on her face, but this last one appears that that smile is no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of the bed, you see a box with a little note attached to it that has just like a little bit of writing on it. Like just inspecting the note just says, "To Azria, my dear child."
Fuck. She's gonna
Ooh.
snoop. She's gonna
Oh.
open that box.
Putting your
Where's
hand on the lid and kind of lifting it. I would like both of you to make wisdom saving throws, please.
Oh,
Uh-oh, stinky.
Inkies.
Sorry, wisdom?
Yes.
13.
I'm a 15.
15. The both of you suddenly feel incredibly afraid. As lifting up the box, you hear the sounds of something kind of shine and immediately go whoom, as you hear something manifesting behind the both of you.
Fuck.
Mabel?
No.
Mabel's gonna turn around.
Do you turn around as well, Joe?
Can I like have an action?
Yeah, you absolutely have you have an action to do something if you'd like.
I think just on impulse, like if I feel fear, I'm just gonna cast a death ward on Mabel.
Okay. Yeah. Mabel, you turn around and see Sonic cast Death Ward upon you, and as you turn around, right in front of like where all those art easels were with all the paintings of Azure, you see this essentially this black kind of goop begin to form and begin to mold this shape of a figure, as eventually you see a miniature version of Lolth standing in front of the both of you.
Oh.
You see she looks to the both of you and extends both hands, and it looks like she's gonna cast a spell.
Oh, fuck.
God.
Hold on.
Mama.
No, shut up. Okay, so I on turn.
Yep.
I think so when Sonnet was like, Mabel? Mabel turned around, and then it wasn't until he casted, like, touched her to cast Death Ward that she turned to him, and then brought her attention to this thing of Lolth forming.
Mm-hmm.
And at that, she is going to touch him and cast Stone Skin.
Oh, okay.
Do you need a rundown of what that does?
I don't know what stone skin does.
It gives him more AC, is what it does. I know that off the top of my head. I just don't know how much. Sorry, it gives him resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing.
Nice.
So Sonnet, you feel yourself kind of encased by this more rougher skin that's kind of protective as you kind of tilt your head a little bit and you see this imperfect, gooped version of Lul staring at the both of you with arms stretched out. She's gonna make some attack rolls.
Okay. Oh, what's in the box? No, I'm
You guys
kidding.
have message.
Yeah.
You see her hands, like, immediately, it's like she casts some magic and they immediately turn into these scythe, like, blade things as they both go for you. Tell me, does a 26 and a 24 hit either of you?
Yes. Oh, I don't even have any stuff on. Thanks. Be gentle.
So that will be 32 piercing damage to Mabel.
I'm down.
You
got
have
your
one
full
health.
rest. You got your full rest.
True! Oh,
Yeah.
thank God!
And also you're
Oh.
death warded, so even if you went down to 0, you'd go down to 1.
Okay,
And then
okay.
Joe, you take 34 piercing damage, but that's halved. So 17.
Gotcha.
And Joe, you have not had a full rest yet.
No.
How are you looking?
I'm fine.
Does he get a short rest?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, this embodiment of Lulth immediately grows like these scythe figures that look like they're made out of paint, and they immediately do 2 massive slashes against the both of you. You hear like this very like almost masky kind of like feminine voice, something that's acting to be feminine and fake, just go, "You've entered the wrong domain." And you guys have a turn.
Huh. How big is this box that we just opened?
It's like a 5x5 little thing. Like, it's not very big.
So we can take it with us.
You can indeed.
Hmm. Should we roll initiative or something? Like, whose turn goes?
I'm going off of you two can decide who's going first between the two of you, and then this little figure goes.
Yeah, does Mabel have an impulse to do something right off the bat?
Does this seem like Lulth? Like, I know this is like a mini figure of her, but...
You have the same fear as if it's Lulth, but you can tell by, like, the goopiness of it and the imperfect voice and the weird body kind of contortions. This isn't Lulth.
Can I do an insight to see what this is? Like, how, like, what?
Yeah, absolutely. You can roll an insight, but also keep in mind you cannot move closer to this thing at all. Like, if you're within range, you need to run away from it.
Yeah.
How far would you say? Like 10 feet?
You have to go you have to go 200 feet or out of sight. So if you can get out of its sight line, you're fine.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't have the impulse to attack it. I think she's gonna look to Sonnet. What?
So the only thing Frighten does, we just can't move closer, and ability checks.
Yeah, you can still attack it. Just, if you take movement, it's got to be away from it.
Okay, I'm going to swing at it with my dagger.
Okay. Yeah, make a roll to hit for me.
Okay.
Are you using all of your attacks on it?
I'm just using one right.
Gotcha.
Like yeah.
Okay.
And so that's a 26.
26 hits.
Okay. I'm going to use the movement thing. I'm going to try and push it away from us if it's right
Okay.
beside us.
Yeah, it is within 5 feet of you.
Cool. Yeah. um. D4. This. Okay, so it gets hit for 10 plus 6, 16 damage.
You slash at it with the blade.
Uh-huh.
I don't even need you to roll the extra bit to it, because when you hit it, it pushes it against the wall and it splats, and suddenly you're not afraid anymore. This the magical effect kind of wears off of you. You're able to take a quick breather, and it kind of clues on you like, oh, this seems like it's been put, like this particular magical trap was set there quite a while ago.
Well,
So is this thing dealt with?
Yeah, it's done.
Well, damn. All right.
so where were we? Just kidding.
It definitely seemed like a trap more meant to dissuade people and get people to leave this abode, particularly, as well as leave behind whatever is in the box.
Yeah.
But the magic trap is old and it's not as effective.
Probably because he's dead. I'm gonna look to Sonnet and then look to the box.
Hey, this is your thing, you know? I'm just here to help with the stuff that comes up like I just did.
I open it.
You see a pseudo dragon egg.
Oh.
It looks incredibly old and looks like it's probably not gonna hatch at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like there's a magical effect still keeping it in some sort of a stasis. Like it's gently just hovering there with bits of pink and red kind of moving around it. It looks like it's been trying to be kept within hatching for eventually to have been given to what you can only assume is Azria.
Oh my god.
It's a dragon.
What the fuck is that? It's
It's not gonna hatch, don't worry.
Do we like take it? What do we do with it? Why are we here? Yeah, why are we here? I'm just like
I'm going to quickly close the box.
Okay.
And I think Mamel's just gonna say to herself, that's not for me. And look back to Sonnet. And then look around to the room. And she's gonna say, I'm trying to find something, but I don't know what. And then I'd like to activate my banishment stuff.
Okay. Yeah, make a Constitution saving throw. This time with advantage.
Here we go. That's gonna be a 14.
14, okay. So you don't take any damage this time around. Your eyes flash white. You can definitely see that everything in this room has a Loth marking on it. And I mean everything. From the paintings, to the walls, to the window, the ceiling, even the box that has the egg within it. The egg doesn't have one, but the box does. This thing, essentially, you could tell that this was probably acting like a beacon of sorts for Loth to keep an eye.
She's watching us.
yeah, I mean, Okay.
Oh, we should. I wasn't gonna take this, but
I'm gonna start waving to the walls.
probably annoy her even more.
Okay.
Yeah, Mabel's gonna say I wasn't gonna take this, but if Lolth knows that this is here.
Oh, I was if you weren't gonna take it, I was planning on taking it. Like, not for myself to keep it, but I think we should probably have it nearby in case someone else... We're probably not gonna be the first to break into someone that we killed's home.
Yeah. You're free to grab it.
Should I...
Yeah,
Take the box?
you can add the egg to your inventory, Joe.
Alrighty, it's a pseudo dragon egg.
Pseudo dragon egg.
Sonic got a pet dragon.
Drag. Egg.
Egg.
Is there nothing if I so Mabel at this point
That is it. There's nothing else that shines brighter than the entire home. You found the
no
box
other
bed.
Lolth eyes? Just in this room?
I mean, going throughout the entire home, they're everywhere. The entire house has them everywhere.
Mm-hmm. So was it the eyes that were the things that were
Yes,
shining?
it was acting like a beacon.
There were so many eyes.
I think Mabel would have taken a step back to be in the hallway, kind of look around, see that they were everywhere, and then look back to Sonnet and say, I don't know why I'm here.
That's... Okay, what did you hope to find?
I wanted to save him.
Who?
I
You mean-
thought
Cyrus?
if I could just get him to say what I felt that he wasn't saying, then that would fix things, that he would... It felt like he was lying. I mean, Lascivious said it. He said that, why are you putting on this bravado act? You know, like, just be honest with us, like, she's not here, and he kept saying things that he... I don't think he meant it. I don't think it was... I think he was just saying it because he felt that he had to say it, that he had to keep acting tough and we shouldn't have killed him. Why did she...
I think, some things, even if, we're not able to grab closure, the type that we need, some things need to come to an end, and it's not... Mabel, I think that's something that you need to realize, is we can't control everything.
I don't know how to not. I mean...
I think it starts with being okay not knowing. there will come more information, more answers, especially as we get closer and closer to Lolth, but I see this strain that it's put on you. I see your eyes lately. You can't let these things consume you.
Lolth is dying, and I am the only thing that can save her.
And why do you want to save her? I'm confused.
Well, I'm the problem here.
What do you mean you're the problem?
If I'm the only thing that can save Lolth, then
But based off of... I think it's fair to say that Cheshire has also gone through these things. They could make more solutions. And even though you're the host of it right now, it doesn't mean that you are the problem. You just have the power to do something about it. You're not a problem, Mabel. You've always been the solution. I mean, I've been thinking Tekuin was my solution, but no, again, you're there to be that solution too.
I'm so stupid for thinking that I could. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But he said it, and So I said it didn't matter that either way, if I was dead or alive, Lolth would have what she needed to have, but I feel like... I don't know what I'm doing here. In his house.
Surrounded by the eyes of Lolth, I wave again to the walls.
I'm just gonna say, for like ease of convenience, it's a walk and talk type situation as you guys kind of make your way back.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll just end that with, you know what? I am probably just tired. I'm gonna sleep on this, and I think I'll be fine, and everything's gonna be okay, and I'm gonna get over this, and we're gonna go to Imperia, and it's gonna be fine. Shouldn't have said anything.
I'm under the assumption that you both kind of begin to make your way back.
Yeah.
Do they wake me up?
As you guys, eventually you do make your way back into the town. Make your way back into the inn. For ease and convenience, just for now. So do want to move on, as much as I love it. You're both able to kind of get back in bed and take the rest of your rest. And we're gonna keep going in the morning. Everyone will get their full rest, their long rest. And we're gonna come to it in the morning, but we're gonna take a quick bathroom break.
Nice.
So everybody, if you want to get like a quick snack, get a drink, use the bathroom, please do so.
I full on cooked up my pre-cooked meal. As this
I saw you were eating chicken, so it's just like
Yeah.
Opportune.
I didn't mean for that segment to go on so long, but it was really juicy, really juicy.
No, that's good lore. That's good lore.
But yeah, let's take a break. Everybody do their stuff, and we'll come back and let's try to keep it at 10 minutes if possible.
Yeah. I wish I could eat, but I'll survive.
This is why I have chips. How are you feeling after that, Nat?
I am writing down so much.
That was a lot.
There's a couple of, funnily enough, there's a couple of things that I didn't do that I initially had in my what I thought was my draft for that particular event.
I
But
have a
things
question.
went on a little too long, and I decided to snip a couple of it, and I can always rework it.
I have a question.
Hmm.
Feel free to like not answer if you don't want to, but
Mm-hmm.
if I had rolled higher than an 8, so if I instead took the 3, would we have gotten more out of it? Like, was that a thing where like I wanted to get low numbers because it was like giving even more access? No? Okay. So if I roll a nat 20, if I got the nat 20, it would have been great. God damn it. Fuck! Another important nat 20 missed out. But still, like, the crazy thing, okay, so, like, still don't actually know if this is the deal. But the fact that even just an 8 was enough to, like, bring a piece to the puzzle with all the other remaining pieces surrounding it, helping reinforce the potential of what the thing actually is, pretty fucking great.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
I can't wait to figure out what the truth is, and if he is actually the son of Kapir and Lol, or Vaxa, sorry, how long you had that planned out for, if that is the case. That'll be interesting. Because again, like, the pieces are from like way back, and they're falling into place. So it's very, very interesting. Just having Gamora and then oh man, that was enough, dude. That was enough. God damn. Holy shit. So then the real question is this brain fog spell actively being casted, or is it like itself powerful enough to like resist against outside magic? You said it's so powerful.
Well, 19 failed, or an 18 failed, so.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Imagine if she got a nat 20. Oh, mama. That would have been insane. Imagine if I got a fucking nat 20. We wouldn't even have to worry about the brain fog, because I'd already know. I actually am... I do wonder what you would have given me on a nat 20. Because I feel like you, just out of spite, wouldn't give that much. Just like, no, I'm not giving you this yet.
On a nat 20, you probably would have gotten the in-focus view of both of them.
Oh, fuck! Oh, interesting.
It's pretty fun.
Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. It might not... I mean, here's the thing. I think it's very clear that it's Kapir. But Pacey was a cleric.
Pacey's a wizard.
Oh, fuck. Never mind. We're good. I was like, oh? Pacey? Oh, sorry. Davrik.
Davrick's a cleric.
Davrik is a cleric. And that person was... I don't know. I think it's for sure Kapir, but... It's very interesting. There's really no reason for us to think that it's Davrik, but I was just like, yeah, what if? What if? Oh, shit.
I just tied the cities to every single character.
Yeah.
He's just everyone's sibling and father and daughter and son.
Everything at once.
Dane is Lucius's third, 4th, 55th cousin removed twice, but then
Yeah,
also
a couple
reunited.
times removed, and that makes him able to be related to mom.
Man, that's crazy though. That completely like pushed my expectations, because I was like, when you said you're reaching in, I was like, we're gonna see the hellscape. We're gonna see the hellscape. And then it's like, no, you see a familiar place, but green pastures, and I'm like, what? And then like Gamora, and I'm like, okay. Gamora. Kapir was the domain of Gamora. Kapir Vax has had a fight. Kapir put himself in the ring, found me, said that there's something about me, and then he said, there's something I'm going to tell you, but not now because it'd be too much. And then, oh my God. And then they straight up a demon woman, basically. Oh my God. What the hell? Oh my gosh. So what the fuck did he give Lolth? How the fuck is Lolth dying if she has the soul of a half god, half demon, bro? What the fuck? She's a shitty god if she can't, live off of that. If that is the case. Because that's an interesting thing too, is that would the offspring of a demon and a god be a half demon, half god? You have to assume, because there's no mortality in that, so... Fuck, dude. Oh, fuck.
Damn.
Alright, we're all back. Are we good?
I think Ian's gonna take his last 3 minutes. He's deafened, so.
Nah, I won't get on this case. I'll be nice.
All that walking he must have done,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
all that healthy physical activity. I need to do more walks.
I'd say he'd hear your sass back in the recording, but that's probably not
He's
gonna
not gonna
happen.
look at
He
it.
won't listen to it.
True.
Let's be honest, no one watches them except for you and maybe Walker sometimes.
I watch them. I watch them all the time.
You got me there. All like I
Oompa loompa
Only-
dippity doo. I am a half god and half demon, and not you.
makes sense.
Jeez. Bonelia's just like, and then LaRue's looking through Benelia's eyes like, Bonelia just like to LaRue. So you don't like need me to like lock him up or anything like that, right?
And Larue's like, yes.
Do so immediately.
Kill the bastard.
Kill him. Pull the trigger.
Oh.
You know what I still can't get over?
What?
Need I say more?
Need I say more? Need
Yeah.
I say more?
Best characters. Best character names.
I was just waiting for the situation where Mabel's like, I don't even know what I'm doing here, and Sonia's just like, yeah, me neither. Let's fucking go. I'm
Just trying to
kind
have
of
a
hurting.
moment.
I'm kind of hurting.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you guys to stay around there for so long, if I'm gonna be honest.
Hmm.
Me neither. It just kind of happened.
And that's their just, let me just hog this spotlight for a little bit.
let me just express. Let
Too
me
much,
just
too
info
much
dump.
spotlight was on the Sivius. I need my attention. Just really milking those pauses, like.
I will say, by the way, Michael,
Yeah.
you need to thank every single person with the exception of Ian, because if anybody didn't do what they did, you might not have gotten an answer at all.
Yeah, I know. No, that just kind of goes without
Yeah,
saying.
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
You owe me.
I mean, what? You guys did it of your own fucking volition. I don't owe you a fucking thing.
You owe me.
Mabel went back to identify your ass. Okay.
Well, that's because she got
Sorry,
her
dispel
ego in a
magic.
twist.
and-
That's because she got her ego in a twist. She was like, I need to know.
What? Whoa.
You literally said that she was like, I need to know.
You good, Ian?
Yep,
I mean,
all good.
true,
Alrighty.
but don't say it.
Alrighty.
Acting up a bit, but if I need to go, I'll just go. So
Yeah, it's absolutely. I wanna, for you, Ian, we're gonna go till 1 at the latest for you. So if you want to hop off before then, feel free. We'll try not to go too much farther without you, but you know.
yeah, I might want to try to go to sleep at 12 because I literally last night stayed up till 3. So
All right, well, You know, if you need to, you need to. You know, we'll work
Also,
around it.
no.
It's whatever.
I probably inhaled some crack at Orlais Station, so
You're fine. You're fine. You're
That-
fine.
That'd
keep you awake.
Yeah.
maybe that's
All
why.
right. All right. So we come back. Everybody has kind of gone back to their resting. Sonnet, you can now get your full rest now that you are properly, have slept for like roughly 8 hours between the two.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me. And
I'm still on the floor.
we are going to start with Bonelia. Bonelia, you are going to be the first to wake up on this particular day.
All right.
So, you wake up. Michaelis is currently still asleep in the bed. What do you do?
I take some time. I think about what happened, and I would like to contact LaRue.
Oh fuck. Oh no.
Okay.
Who do I need to kill, boss?
You pull out your scythe and you kind of focus on the symbol at the very blunt edge of the blade, and the unicorn symbol begins to glow, and you hear a connection kind of begin as you hear the familiar voice of LaRue speak to you in your mind. What can I do for you, my child?
My goddess. First, I'm so glad you're okay. I'm sorry I didn't check on you after all that happened. I'm sorry that Sahir used you like that.
I appreciate your sincerity.
She has a little battle with herself mentally. We might have some information on Lascivious.
The one that was brought into my domain?
Yes.
What can you tell me?
It seems still unconfirmed, but it is likely that he is the son of Vaxis. And possibly also Kapir.
And Kapir, you say?
Yes. I don't suppose you know about Gomorrah and the state it was in originally? And if maybe you have something, if you did know, if you could share some information?
I do indeed recall Gomorrah back when it was in its much prettier state. And I do remember Vaxis and Kapir having a fight of sorts throughout Gomorrah for, I believe it was a year. But outside of that, I do not know, as that is Kapir's business, not mine.
Of course.
I want you to keep an eye on him still, however. That is an interesting development. Do you have anything on Takua?
He left Sonnet's body. I don't know how much you've seen yourself the past few days.
I tend not to actually physically leave my domain, but I have heard prayers regarding its dome.
Yes, he left Sonnet and created the dome. Um, and I've been working on Davric's spell. I'm a quarter of the way there.
Of reworking Davric's spell?
Yes.
I am incredibly proud of you, Bonelia.
Thank you.
For now, keep me updated. If anything potentially harmful befalls, I want you to inform me as soon as you possibly can.
Of course. Thank you again.
I will speak to you soon.
Yes. I love
And you feel the connection begin to go as it kind of fades away, but you do hear a "I love you as well" as it fades away.
Hey.
Fucking snitch.
Michaelis,
Yes.
in the middle of your sleep, as the dawn begins to break, you're finally able to, like, you've had a bit of a restless night with the voices kind of battling in your head, but you do end up getting your sleep. But as the morning kind of goes, you hear a voice in your head go, "What?
Pardon?
Get up, you lazy fuck!"
In my head, I say, I need sleep, you know?
We have monsters to slay!
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Had more time to dwell on what we found out about my friend there, or no? Still nothing.
We are from here. We have no actual identifications about what this Vaxis thing is.
All right. I get up and I'm guessing this because I haven't checked on it in a bit. The mark in my hand, is that this fully visible now? Like it's at its fruition?
It is. Yeah, it is fully visible.
Okay. So it's like, okay, that's happening. This is an act of curiosity since I know it goes far down. Who's the oldest champion of the sword? Can he speak?
You hear a couple of different things. Like you hear a bunch of masculine voices kind of go back and forth. It's me! No, it's me! Hey, it's me! Eventually you hear, that is a she. Thank you very much.
What can you tell me about the sword that you found? Or how did you obtain it?
You hear the voices try to continue to battle, but the more feminine one fully kind of fully overpowers them in this particular moment. As the voice kind of goes, well, I am originally from Lachelle. The sword was found within a cavern. I used to be a subservient to the kingdoms there, but that was many, many centuries ago. Yeah, now she's stuck here with us.
Fantastic. Thanks for your input, whoever that is.
Welcome!
You said Lachelle?
Yes, that is correct.
And where is this Lachelle?
If my geography serves me correctly, Lachelle is south of Orlais, going down to the much more warmer climates.
So it's on an entirely different continent. I mean, you did say it wasn't. You guys aren't of this land, so go figure. But
well, not all of us.
okay, that voice as I spoke. Where the hell are you from?
I'm from here, dickhead.
Yeah, where specifically?
Why do you want to know?
Considering that, you know, at this point, I might as well just be schizophrenic. I'd rather get to know my personalities or whoever's in there. So far, it seems like the oldest voice here has been the most reasonable, and you know, I kind of know Bane, even though we
Yeah,
can't.
you fucking asshole.
Yeah, well, like right back at you. Have fun, like being headless all the time. Anyways,
I mean, that just felt like a little bit personal, but
yeah, pays to get ahead, doesn't it? Anyways, but how about you? You from Gamora?
I don't think you've heard my name.
All right. I guess the one thing I should ask you guys, since you guys kind of leaned into this the last time. Now, you guys are all saying that the next champion, or the people who ascertain the sword, usually have to slay the previous champion. But has there been any record, or besides first girl finding it in that cave or whatever, has it ever been willfully passed on?
We don't go when we please. We are defeated first. It doesn't necessarily need to be the one who kills us, but the one who takes the blame.
So, irrelevant if you get killed by them or die at old age, you're stuck in the sword?
Pretty much.
Oh, great. Well, that seems like a shit fucking deal.
Yeah, well, you're the one who took the sword, shithead!
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was just a fucking sword. I wasn't expecting it to be like transport me to fucking Narnia when I'm dead. Like,
Yeah, well, maybe don't take what's not yours.
well, maybe you shouldn't try to kill my friends and like wipe out an entire fucking continent next time.
Ah, tomato, tomato, for next lifetime.
Yeah, God, I'm just a... So you're telling me there's no way I can proverbially get out of this, minus insane magic?
You just hear a couple of voices kind of like fight back and forth about it, and eventually you just hear the feminine voice go, "If you can find a way, you would be the first."
Well, I should... You know what? Hate to break the deal with you guys or this little secret, but I should probably talk to somebody who knows a bit about magic.
You hear the feminine voice go, "I don't think that's hurting us at all. Do what you must, but be aware. You're one of us at the moment. Don't wander too far."
Yeah, I'm keeping you guys right up my side. The last time I did that caused way more damage than I initially thought. Pissed
Yeah,
off.
that was fun!
Maybe for you guys, but I think there's a couple of people who are like, you know, scared shitless out of their minds with you guys boomeranging around. So, but I mean, I guess guys can't really protest since you're stuck in a sword. But I'm gonna see what's up. I mean, what's the worst gonna happen? You guys are stuck here anyways in some weird sword limbo. So,
God, you talk like a casual.
casual.
And
What the
then
fuck
you
does that
hear
mean?
silence.
Oh, great! So you just make a joke and fuck off. Okay, eat shit. And I'm gonna go and find Mabel.
Benelli, you kind of you fully see like Michaela's properly kind of wake up. The both of you kind of, you know, get yourself ready. You say anything to each other?
Good morning.
Do you know? Wait, dumb question. Never mind. I was gonna say, do you know where Mabel is? Probably. You know, I'm gonna ask Bonelia. It's like, Bonelia, does Bonelia, do you have anything that could detect magic or ascertain magical properties of some sort? That's strictly Mabel.
I don't have anything like that.
All right. I need to find Mabel then. Care to join?
Sure.
Yeah, let's find her.
Well,
The two of you.
relieved because she hasn't been sent to kill Lascivious.
The both of you leave the room, kind of lock it up with the key that you were given. Eventually going to the room that Mabel, Lascivious, and Sonnet are in. The three of you are peacefully sleeping when suddenly you just hear a knock, and all three of you wake up.
Oh. All right. Early morning.
Feel
Yeah.
free to get the door.
Okay, yeah, no, I can do that.
Since you're
Going up the door. Hello?
Guess who?
You.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
NPCs talking.
Well, come on in, guys. I just lead everybody in to Sonnet and Mabel in bed. I go and sit on the bed at the end of the bed with you guys.
I just
Mabel
move
and
my
Son are
feet.
just both in beds, like sitting beside each or laying beside each other, and just walking in with my sword. It's like, oh, sorry.
I sit at the end of the bed on the other side.
Oh my god.
We were trying to ask this, but and as I'm talking to Mabel, I'm taking my sword out, and I kind of stab it lightly into the ground, so it's standing on its own.
Into the floor of the.
What are you doing?
It's between the cracks of the floorboards. Not cutting anything.
It's
I'm
a
not
big
fucking...
blade. It's a big blade.
It
It's
can
not
fit. It's a
God,
fucking
Michaelis.
wedge.
What are you doing, bro?
This guy
It's
just
like-
loves destroying property.
It's a fucking tavern. They seem
Kalis
worse.
destroys more property. That's what.
What
That
a-
doesn't
what a-
justify you destroying it. Just because it's seen worse.
They can replace a board.
Okay. Just justify whatever you want.
Yeah. Anyways, Mabel,
Yes.
you can do detect magic and magic shit like that, right? Like to ascertain magical properties and such.
Yes, I've done it once to you before. Why?
Yes, with very powerful reactions. So,
Well,
don't want to underwhelm you if nothing happens, but don't know if you guys probably notice. Maybe.
do you want me to
did-
check out your neck
Oh,
situation? Thing?
well, I'm gonna show, and they're gonna see the fading scarring that it's actually regressing, Walker.
Mm-hmm. The
Wait, how
scar
did that-
currently, it was like a very like purpley and rotted type of handprint, but at this point, it's almost down to the point where half of the palm is gone, and it's just from half of the palm up to the fingers that remains there. And as you kind of peek at it, it's slowly inching away little by little.
But it is leaving like scar tissue, like massive amount of scar.
Yes.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Guys ever wonder why?
Well-
No, you haven't even told us that was regressing in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's to do with that, and I point at the sword.
Oh, right. Yeah. Like it talks to you, right?
What?
You saw that, didn't you?
What?
Well, yeah.
Roll a deception for me. Roll a deception.
With disadvantage.
That's a 19 on the die, so that's gonna be a 30.
Holy fuck.
Roll again.
Nope. You have to
if
roll insight.
If anybody wants to try to beat a 30 on deception, they can roll an insight.
What do I have on deception even?
You don't roll
Deception,
deception.
Insight.
Oh, insight. I have
Yeah.
a +3 in it, so you would have gotten. Well, if I got a nat
Yeah,
20.
you can get a nat 20.
Okay,
could.
let's see.
You're a
Insight.
fucker, I'll
give
do
me you fucker! I got a 19. 22.
I got a
Anybody
1.
else? A 1? Okay.
Yeah. Do I see? Does that?
With a nat 1, Danica, like you hear Lascivious say that, and you go, yeah, that's yeah. He doesn't hear it.
Yeah. Of course, I believe my friend, who I would
Yeah.
never betray.
Yeah.
Joe, do you roll insight at all?
No.
Okay.
It's not even worth trying. It's a 30.
Yeah.
Nat, do you
Okay.
roll insight at all?
No.
Okay.
I'm not gonna try.
I just kind of look at Michaela or Lascivious, this like, Okay. So, this sword has the lineage of all previous champions' souls inside of it.
Oh wow.
You say that so casually.
Well, I mean, at this point, I might as well just be blunt about it. I've been like trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. I've been hearing voices in my head, and I thought I was going nuts, but it turns out it's coming from that thing.
Well, it could still be going nuts.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Well, firstly, Mabel said that she would identify my amulet first.
and yeah, I need to talk to you guys about this. We can't just keep, coming to Mabel and just dumping this stuff
She's
on
the
her,
only
right?
one who can do it.
Yes, but let's
have
start,
said
I did ask Cornelia.
Hey Mabel, how was your day? How was your sleep?
It was fine.
Sweet. All right, can you do the thing?
Nat, I assume you.
Okay, here you go.
Okay. Casting Identify on it, you find out that this is an amulet of wisdom.
Oh, okay.
The
Okay.
person who attunes to this item will naturally, like just natively get attached to their score, will get a +1 to their wisdom.
Nice.
Oh, that is so not worth a full attunement slot, dude.
She's gonna look at the amulet.
Sorry.
Rubber eye. Look at him and be like, "This'll make you smarter. You want it?"
Oh yeah, sure.
Takes the
Yeah.
amulet. I shouldn't have taken this amulet. I'm smarter to realize, wow, this is shit.
Michaelis,
What's that?
what do you want? What do you want me to do?
I'm sorry, Walker.
You asked for more wisdom stuff, so I threw one
A
at you.
+1 is not gonna do anything.
Well, it gives you like, what's your wisdom stat?
0.
Oh, so it would put you at 11.
Yeah.
A +2. We'll do +2, so it gives you a +1 on it.
Okay. I still don't know if I'm gonna do it to it, but I'll keep it.
All right. Well, just know that now, if you put it on, you'll make it so you're a 12.
Yeah.
You can give it to me.
Alright.
I need more wisdom.
True.
I'll deal with it. I'll think about it. And then I also really want to quickly. Hey Mabel, can I get another piece of paper from your book?
She's gonna reach
Can you just
over to
take
it.
paper from
She's gonna
anywhere
flip
else?
to the back.
Is
She's
there?
gonna rip
Hey,
it out.
Michaelis, where's paper?
I'm just gonna look at them. You just take and take and take.
Take it.
Hey, I can afford to be a little selfish now and then. And then I'm going to draw.
Or he's still
I'm gonna try to draw like what I saw in my vision.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
do an artist
Sure.
check.
I'll say you can make like a crude drawing of what it is.
Can I roll to see if I can make it improved?
Sure. Sleight of hand. We'll do sleight of hand.
Good. Oh no, I rolled so bad. I'm not gonna reroll. Sleight of hand. Where is it? Well, it's a 12.
It's it's better than crude. It's moderate.
Sweet. All right, cool. And then I'm gonna prick myself with my knife.
Okay. Yeah. Make your roll. Make your roll to see.
Fuck again! God damn it!
All right.
This is never gonna
So
happen. I'm never gonna.
So I watch him get this amulet that's supposed to make him more wise, and then he stabs himself in the hand, and I'm just like, I don't know if that's what it's supposed to do.
Listen,
Is it weird?
this is how
Make
you
it a prick to
microdose yourself. So you know, I'm just microdosing.
What
I know what I'm doing.
What did you say, Danica?
I said, is the amulet working?
I
Oh,
don't think so, Bonilia. I do not think so.
Well, I don't have it on yet. Okay, so.
yeah, as soon as he puts it on, and be like, I should have done that.
I put it on just so I have it on, but I'm not gonna like attune to it, and I don't get benefits from it.
Okay, for sure. Yeah.
All right. So before I do anything, I'm gonna tell Mabel, and the other guys will hear as much as I know about the sword. So I'm
Okay.
gonna break down. Say, okay. So obviously, with this being the sword of champions, and it has all the previous one, Bane's in there. There is a champion that comes from a distant land that's south of Orlais. And
What's the land?
I don't know the name of the continent. However, I believe it's the same place that the very first champion says comes from a city called Lachelle, or a town called Lachelle. So,
Is that a continent? Can I do a history check to see if that's a continent?
Yeah, if anybody wants to, they can roll a history check.
I want to lean over to Sonnet and, Michaelis is very chatty today. He was really quiet yesterday.
Yeah, he's finally done moping. I guess he's, finally opening up again.
It's nice.
Yes,
Nice.
it's a nice change.
Yeah.
12.
12. Nat, are you rolling as well?
That's gonna be an 18.
Danica, do you and Sonnet want to roll history checks as well, or no?
Nah.
No.
Okay. With a 12, because you know that Lachelle is a kingdom on a continent on like quite a ways away. You just know that it is a continent, but you don't know where it is. Mabel, you know Lachelle quite intimately from reading books. You know that Lachelle is currently embroiled in quite a civil struggle with the kingdom and its people, knowing the kingdom kind of hoards its stuff, and that they do have a history of religious figures, but it's a much smaller list of deities. You don't know that list of deities, but you do know of Lachelle, where it is, and a little bit of its history.
I say that much.
All right, so there's that, and as far as I know, from what the first champion said, she found it. Sorry, Walker, just make sure I'm not fucking up.
Yeah, she found it in
Lachelle.
Yeah, she found it in a cave in Lachelle.
Okay, she found it in a cave in Lachelle a few centuries back. So I'm guessing, Walker, did I ever get the count of how many champions are in this sword? Like 12 of them?
No. There's a lot. Like some voices are minor and only appear for a split second, while some are much more apparent personalities.
It feels like it has to be more like definitely more than a half dozen, but it could be a dozen or more.
That was a voice in the sword, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeta just started attacking Crackle for no reason, so I just fucking yell out.
Sorted.
Okay.
The sword.
And I guess a little, bad news, I guess. Unless I find something to dissuade this from happening, regardless if I die wielding this blade or if I get defeated and the blade gets passed on, my soul's going to be trapped in there once I die. So, hopefully that doesn't happen in the next 150 years or something, but,
What if I killed you with the scythe?
Say again?
What if I killed you with my scythe?
Well, then I'd be trapped in that weapon instead. That's just switching one prison for another.
No, but then I ask you a question and then you disappear.
So,
Well, at least you wouldn't,
I guess
Maybe
I'd
we
be
try
pissed.
and destroy the sword or something. I don't know.
Isn't the sword a god or something? Isn't that what we found out?
I believe so. Yeah.
It's a vessel. I think that's the best I can put. It might be a god weapon that's a vessel.
Michaelis, I'm pretty sure you're the vessel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bane was a vessel. That's what Zahir was saying. Bane was a vessel for the god, which was...
But then this would
thought
be an
the sword.
artifact.
No,
Well-
I think it's a god because if the sword was just an artifact and not and just a vessel, then the sword wouldn't take the souls of the gods that wielded it. It would instead be taking the souls of the mortals that it gave godhood to.
Right.
So I think the sword's probably the god.
Yeah.
So actually, I don't know. Let's not kill it.
Yeah. Also, pretty sure. I mean, I think it's off now because I tried talking this morning and somebody cursed at me and then stopped and then all the voices went away. So I don't know if they have rest periods or not, but it only comes and goes when it wants to or when it's how do I say this? Thirsty.
Oh. Is
Yeah.
it thirsty now?
No, it's. I mean, it does want to fight monsters, so at least where you can both agree that if when it comes to killing monsters, that's good. It's not demanding
And you've just been willingly feeding it?
No, I've been gauging to see how bloodthirsty this blade is. It seems like as long as I kill an animal for food, or if we get into a dungeon crawl of some sort every 3 or 4 days, it's sated, but
So sorry, I was just gonna say, like, so what do you need Mabel to do exactly? Because it sounds like you have a pretty thorough understanding of how it works and what you need to do with it.
she could probably find out a lot more with the detect magic, because they're only telling me as much as they want to tell me. I think magic will reveal some like holes in their story, perhaps, or maybe some dark patches. Because even some of them are saying that it's faded for them since it's been so long. It's been hundreds of years, and I would like to know as much as I can because I'm in a conundrum. I don't want to and I looked at Sonnet. I don't want this to be no offense, a Tekuin situation. I feel like this could be useful, but at the same time, I don't want to. It's like I don't know how to put it. It's like this is definitely useful. It's very powerful. It makes me feel powerful. It helps me in battle. But I don't want to be ravenous and go crazy. I don't want to be mindless. But I feel like this would be useful against the fight against Lolth, but it becomes that whole thing of whether or not, in the long run, like the necromancy stuff, or with Tekuin, if it'll do more harm than good. So enough chatter, I guess. Mabel, if you may.
Okay.
You can
And I'll
Identify.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you are told that this is indeed it is a creature. You know, of course, it takes the shape of this particular blade. Obviously, you know, like the magical, statistics of it all. You trying to get information from it is very hard because there's a lot of things inside of it kind of barking all at once. It's like one name begins to sprout up, but then another one kind of takes over, and then another one, and then another one. Eventually, it's like trying to unscramble a word search. So many names kind of pop up and go quickly that it's hard to properly jot one down. But a name does appear after a little bit, one that stays solid more so than anything else that has come by. And its name is Engraver.
Anything?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, Mabel's just gonna be like, there's the name Engraver. Everyone else was talking so much it was kind of hard to hear anything else, but Engraver is one of them.
Well, given by the name, it sounds like that's the person who would be the first then, so she would be the first.
Or it's the sword itself.
Well,
Because, I mean, it was a god before anyone wielded it. I mean, it had
well,
to.
but somebody engraver would specify that it'd be somebody else who's secondhand, doing something to the sword. Thus engraved.
I'll say this just to clear confusion. The item and the name of everything is Engraver, God of War and Conquest.
Do I notice that Michaelis has an engraving on his hand?
Yeah, Michaela, you're not hiding the symbol, are you?
No, at this point, do you? I guess you would you, Lascivious, would you see it? Because I'm just have my hand
Yeah.
just
Yeah, I'm looking and I point at it. I'm like, it seems like the sword did that to you, which would indicate that the sword is named Engraver.
Oh yeah, this started to show up. I didn't know what it was because I thought it was my necromancy acting up and it was just spreading. But and you see him get kind of somber. Back at the mines, my hand started to burn and the engraving started to form. So I think that was when the sword finally bonded to me.
So then I think we know the name of the god we're dealing with.
You can
God
now
of War.
change the at some point whenever you feel like it, Ian, or having Michael help you. You can now change the weapon from Bane's Buster to Engraver.
I thought I had a notes channel for myself. Or is
You
this
do. You do.
wish list?
There.
Yep. It's just
yeah,
above the wish lists. The bottom. Everyone has it.
I don't have one.
You do. I have it here. Let me just type it in it.
I just don't have access to it then.
You might have it not clicked off
There you go,
so
Ian.
that it's
Oh,
hiding.
there it is.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Well. A lot of revelations.
I think we have way too much going on. I'm just gonna be honest. I haven't even had breakfast yet.
Well, let's go have breakfast then.
Yeah.
Well, you know, at this point, Sword's hungry, I'm hungry, everybody's hungry. So I'm like, this is sweet.
So you're just gonna smush some food onto the sword or something?
I remember that deer I got. Like, there's a reason why I wounded it. So.
Interesting. I go down and get some food.
You all
Thanks,
go.
Thank
You all
Mabel.
make your way down. You see Elias is there currently. His two kids are having a very like full breakfast. See, like Elias has like a very big plate of pancakes and like there's some berries and stuff off to the side he's kind of nibbling at. As the five of you kind of come down, he gives you a small little nod and a wave. It's like, well, hello. I hope you all had a wonderful sleep.
I tried.
It was
Yeah.
decent.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I had a good sleep.
I already put some money down on some food. All you have to do is order it from the the gnome person who's at the bar, and I believe Trilla will bring it down to you. What's on the agenda for today? Is there anything that we need to quickly get out of the way?
The
We
only
need to get to Imperia.
Yeah. So anything I can
Yes.
think of.
Well, if that's the case, what I think I'll do is I'll go to Adonis and I'll make my case.
Should we come with?
We'll probably
You see Elias kind of smirk a little bit. He goes, I think I'll be okay.
Oh, okay.
I give Elias a pat on the back. It's like, I think you're gonna do well, buddy.
I will send a sending to one of you whenever I have chance and me and Adonis have finished our chat. But please feel free. Myself and my kids, we're gonna make our way over there. Isn't that right? And you see, you see Finkus kind of like perking. Go, yeah, that's gonna be King.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's gonna be better than you.
Oh, okay.
Well, I hope so.
Kings are like the ultimate.
Well, I have a keep, so.
And so, King, I don't care about your keep. That's King.
Whatever, dude.
You see the kid like come up to you, just like kind of punch you in the side, like bow to King, bow to
I
King.
start like punching you too, but like very like obviously like playfully.
Yeah.
X the kid.
Some food kind of comes out for you guys, already paid for by Elias and his wealth. Easily kind of gaining up, having your bellies be full. Eventually, you see Trilla kind of give you the nod as she'll kind of make your way out of the tavern itself. The people are bustling about. Elias is on his way to the lighthouse. We'll go one by one and we'll see if anybody has any last minute stops before the boat. So, Michaelis, I see you going.
It's a little bit of a retroactive thing. I know I'm
Yeah.
being tedious with this, but
Mhm.
with Elias going to Adonis, just to make sure Adonis doesn't do any shitty thing, I'm practically to be like as we were eating at the table and such, I'm gonna quickly just jot down a note or a small little decree, very simple. It's like this note hereby seconds the motion that Elias, what's his last name?
Xanthos.
Elias Xanthos will be the
King.
will be the king of Zuar. Yeah. Until any further, will be this king of Zuar.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna sign my name on it. I'm gonna pass it over to Mabel, just to sign it, if it's okay.
I'll sign it.
I'm
under the assumption that the group all signs it. Is kind of what I'm getting. Is what I'm feeling. Am I right, Ian?
Mainly, I was gonna say like this for like at minimum it would have to be Mabel and Michaelis, because at least for Michaelis and Mabel, it's like, you know, Mabel is of one of the council family members.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
also,
just say, like, I literally came from the alleyways and the streets, so I don't know if my name really means anything for this.
I think Adonis is gonna not give two shits about you, Lascivious. This is not me saying it though,
you
but
didn't have to say it that way, but yeah, because I kind of knew already, but you know, just the fact that you had to reinforce it was kind of weird. But anyways.
Well, if your lineage is what your lineage is, what we're suspecting, then maybe it will hold some value.
You want to sign it? It's like at this point, like it just more names to the pile.
Elias kind of looks to you all and goes, I think the people of Zwar would appreciate a group having a backing behind someone, no matter.
Hey, Elias is pretty damn good, so.
I signed my name.
I sign it, Bonelia, champion of Luru.
Joe?
Yeah, I'll sign it, with my full name. Like Sonnet Devlin instead of, yeah.
Do I see this?
I'm not hiding it.
And all right, and then what I'm gonna do, this is a little bit of an extra flair. I'm gonna take probably one of the candles that's still up on the tavern table and such.
Little wax staff.
A little wax stamp, and I take my father's sigil, the metal sigil of him, and I stamp it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Added flair.
Elias kind of takes this and goes, I appreciate the trust you all have for this.
Of course.
Go get him, Tiger.
And in case he needs a little more motivation, I'm just gonna hand him one of the contracts, or like a copy of the contract of him and Cyrus. Yeah.
Perfect. He kind of takes that and goes, I think this will be incredibly easy.
Hey, you know, might as well make it 110%, right? Like he's always gonna be like, ah, damn, and he's to see the rest of that and be like, oh fuck.
I go to Elias. I go, and in case he causes problems, I'm gonna give him the documents that shows that he's broke.
Okay.
This is like, what's that thing? Where it's just like, you know, just keep on disappointment after disappointment. I was like, oh.
Elias kind of gathers up the documents and goes, I wish you all luck on your travels. Be careful out in the sea.
Yeah, you don't even need luck. You got this in the bag.
You see Elias kind of turns around and walks with like way more confidence than probably what he would have before, kind of walking away. I think all of you can get an inspiration for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that just lets you do like roll it with advantage.
Just re-roll a d20, yeah.
Yay.
I gotta remember it.
So with that, you all kind of finish up your breakfasts. You know, you kind of get your things in packing order. And you all come outside. You see Brug is getting his ship ready with the last few things that he needs just off in the distance. I'll say this is the last time before you probably get on the boat. So, Lascivious.
Before we leave, I take the pouch of gold that I stole from the guy and I put it on the counter and I go, "Thanks for the stay." And then I leave.
You see the gnomish person kind of looks and goes, well, thanks. Michaelis, is there anything you want to do before going to the boat?
I'm guessing what I'll do, because Thassara is still in Adonis's tower.
No, she's nowhere to be found at the moment. She's not amongst the commoners. She's currently nowhere to be seen.
No.
But would she return back to Adonis's tower? Like, I guess that's
no.
her...
She quit. She quit.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Whoopsie.
That's fine.
I just kind of look around trying to find her and such, but I'm just gonna, I guess, go to the boat. We're going to Brug's boat, I guess.
Yeah, to Brug's boat. All right.
So,
Mabel, is there anything you do before going to the boat?
I think I definitely would have hugged Elias goodbye.
Of course, yes.
That.
You and him and his kids have like a good formal goodbye and everything like that. I will say, before you go to your boat, you get a message in your head. You hear the familiar voice of Charles go, "Hey, I'm just checking in. Did everything go well in Yanama?"
Mabel's gonna take a breath and she's gonna respond with, "Everything's okay. On our way to the boat. To Imperium."
Okay. Anything else, like physically, that you go do? Any checking anywhere?
I think I'm just thinking about last night and thinking about the fact that I know Sonnet's full name now.
Okay.
Oh, she just
Onelia.
found that out now.
Yes!
Onelia, is there anything that you would like to do before going on the boat?
Yeah, I want to go up to the gnome and thank you so much for having us. I didn't catch your name.
You have to promise me not to make fun of me.
Of course, I would never.
You see, he kind of like looks around and kind of leans forward. Do you promise?
I promise.
Squiggle.
We all look
Very
at Lascivious.
Very nice to meet you, Squiggle.
You're welcome.
And then she leaves.
Okay. Sonnet, is there anything that you do before going to the boat?
Was there a weaponsmith slash
Yeah, there's
store?
like a.
Oh,
there's
yeah.
Like a, yeah, you've got your. There's
Oh.
like the armory around here. Yeah, people make modifications to weaponry. There's some specifications, like there's +2 swords and stuff like that, but nothing like absurdly crazy.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a replacement crossbow, pretty much.
Yeah. Just going to pretty much any of the market dealers. Yeah, you can. They see your crossbow, the one that you have that's now looking so much worse for wear now that Tech 1 is gone.
Oh, I thought the whole thing was just gone. Like I just played it
now
off as if.
it's
Okay.
it's like an empty husk of a crossbow essentially. Like, it looks like if you were to drop it, it would essentially shatter.
Yeah, gotcha.
With it, you see like people kind of look to your bow, like I mean, you'd probably get a better one than that. And I'll say that you can, if you want, you can grab a crossbow +2 for like, I'll say if you have 100.
Yeah, I'll do that.
What the fuck?
Crossbow +2. And that's +2 to attack and
rolls.
damage, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
God damn. I do have one more thing, but I'll wait.
Okay. While you grab is there anything else that you want to do, or was it just grabbing the crossbow?
Just the crossbow.
Okay, then Lascivious, your last thing.
Yeah, last thing. This is it. I cast message to Azria, just in
Okay.
case, and I go, just in case you are around and you can hear me. We're heading off to Imperia. Hopefully be back in a week. Hope you're safe. Love you. Also, I may be the son of a god and a demon. Bye.
You get a response back.
Oh.
All you hear is her voice. All you hear is her voice go, "Stay safe."
Oh.
Oh, no, I love you. Fuck.
But you do know that with a response, you know that she's nearby.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, shit. It's fine. It's fine.
You all kind of make your way to Brug's boat. See Brug kind of lifting the last little supplies over. Sees you come by. He's, "Hey, Brug!" He kind of waves you all down. Brug kind of helps you move like any kind of last belongings you have into like the personal quarters that they have. A very, very tiny boat. Not a whole lot of room left on here once the 5 of you get aboard. You see he's got like some makeshift beds in where there would be like a common area type of thing. Like just some like bedrolls and some simple like lighting things and little storage containers. Brug kind of looks to you all. Ready to sail.
Yes, sir, indeed.
Rug.
Okay. Brug kind of sets the mast, opens up, and it catches some wind as you begin to make your way to Imperia. Now, we're gonna do a little bit of some time travel here.
Time travel.
A couple of days go by on the water as you're about midway, kind of going around Imperia, going around
two
Zoar.
two rolls right now then? If it's been 2 days?
Yes, you can.
Are you
So you guys were right here,
okay? One.
and Brug is taking the fastest route possible. So, for a couple of days worth, you guys will end up around here, getting relatively close to the port towns that are Radana and Chestertown. Now,
Okay.
I'll say quickly, because we are coming up on the end here.
Well, you said 1 o'clock,
in-
so.
We could, but I'd rather Ian not miss what's going to happen here.
Well,
Um,
I'm gonna be a bitch. I'm sorry.
I'll say quickly
Always.
before, is there anything that anybody says or does or checks in with anybody before, what I say is gonna go through? Like, this is a moment to kind of check up a Brug, message anybody you may want to message to Ascending, kind of prep any kind of skills, maybe even like home blades. I can potentially figure out like a little thing for doing something over these 2 days worth of boat travel.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I looked at Bonelia and be like, we should have asked Elias about the keys and the legendary beasts.
Oh shit.
Fuck. That's it.
Sending this. Brain blast. This is...
Mabel, what is it that you do in these 2 days?
A few things. I have 2 spells
Okay.
that for the longest time I've never actually uttered like that I'm going to study them. I'm gonna get that out of the way. That way I can finally cast them.
Okay.
Every day I'm going to send a sending message to Charles or my brother, just letting them know we're still on a boat. We're still on a boat. And I'd like to have checked in quite a bit with Lascivious, making sure he's doing okay on the open seas. Through his last incident.
Can I roll to see if I've improved?
Yeah, sure. Roll a Constitution saving throw.
That's a 6. Wait,
Yeah,
saving
no.
throw plus?
Plus inspiration.
That's an 8.
You can do your inspiration if you want.
I'm
Do
not
inspiration if
wasting
you
my
want.
inspiration on that.
You could.
Yeah, you still feel
Actually,
incredible.
I'll use a lucky point.
Oh
Lucky
Garbage.
Point again.
my god.
Remember, they
20,
can't
baby!
Remember, they cancel each other out.
What do you mean?
If you use 2 luck points, they cancel each other out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Can I use another luck point? Does that cancel it out, or does it restart it?
Sure. Just for the shits and giggles.
The last one.
That's a 6 again, so an 8.
Yeah, you still don't feel good. You still don't feel great.
All your luck points.
Yeah, I had a nat 20, but Walker had to go all rules on us.
You get your long rest after the day anyway. It all resets.
Yeah.
Michaelis.
Can I do 2 things?
Yes. What is that?
One, when Brug is not tending to ship, I would like to. Brug has a blade or like a weapon on him too, right?
Yeah, Brug carries a great axe.
All right. So when we're not working, like taking care of the ship and such, I want him and I to be like practice sparring with our weapons, just like honing our skills.
Gotcha.
that.
Okay.
And then at the same time, when it's on the off time, me and Brug are gonna have some homeboy time and actually like hone and tailor our weapons.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. You guys you spend your time kind of sparring and training, keeping yourself physically fit. Brug kind of like you help Brug with getting with fishing nets and helping him kind of like bring in food for the ship as well while you're on the go.
General labor, like.
I'll say, Michaelis, that if you want, what we'll do to kind of allow you to give some like improvement over the time is you can practice throwing the blade.
Ooh, right, yeah.
Not overboard.
Pulls it through the boat.
if there's like, if this makes sense, there could be
Like
like,
Brug
hay-
can set up, Brug can set up like hay bales and stuff to help kind of like for practice and target
Yeah,
practice.
so I start closer and then I work my way farther and farther from
Mhm.
like drawing it from my back and throwing it straight, like Thor
We'll
hammer
say,
stuff.
we'll say for this particular instance, considering it's your first time properly training with it, you're not ready to throw it completely yet. If you were to attempt to, you would do it at disadvantage still.
Right.
But you know that as the more the attempts that you try to throw it, it's beginning to get lighter and lighter. And we'll say maybe
Can I attempt to
one,
draw it? Use the force loop kind of shit.
Oh yeah, you easily, like, it's no worries. You're able to draw it back, no problem.
Okay.
It's just keeping it to throwing it in a proper state is where you're struggling.
Yeah, it's like trying to one or two handed.
Exactly. We'll say in a couple of more training sessions for like a day like this, potentially be able to throw it without any kind of disadvantageous put against it. But for now, it still rolls a disadvantage.
All right.
Bonelia, is there anything that you would like to try to hone in on during these 2 days worth of travel?
Yeah, I want to hone in on these runes.
For sure. So we'll have you roll a d20 for each day that you study one. So we'll have you do an Arcana check, one for each day. So two Arcana checks.
Cool. That's an 11.
Okay.
And a 13.
13. So you're getting really close on the first one. The first one, you're getting the symbols kind of getting like just so close, but they're having trouble sticking around on anything. So the first one you fail. The second one, however, you bit it and it just manages to stay. So we'll say you're at 3, right?
Yay!
Sonnet, do you do anything kind of honing in on any kind of skills at all during these 2 days worth of travel? Any kind of talks or anything you want to do?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. You kind of just, practice your aim with the new crossbow, getting used to its weight, stuff like that. We come today, on the morning of day 3 on the boat. The dome is still just barely visible as you come across to about the middle ground between Zawar and the Imperial region. As you all kind of wake up to the rockiness of the boat this morning, a little bit of concern to it as you kind of stand up and make your way outside. As you make your way, opening up the gates to see properly on the ship floor, you see there's a massive storm coming in. There's some incredibly black thunder clouds, and it looks like the sea is beginning to get more aggressive as you get closer. I would like for everybody to make a perception check, please.
That's a 25.
Okay.
Right.
I'm gonna stick with my passive perception, which is 10.
Okay.
Yeah, can I do that?
That's also fine. That is also
Oh,
fine.
sick.
Mine would be 28.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
20s gang.
Nat?
Yeah.
22.
Hey, 20s gang.
So as you all kind of like keep your eyes over the sea, Lascivious and Bonelia, it's a little hard to keep focus on the waters as it's being rocked back and forth. A little farther out into the water, you see there's a lot of sea life that are avoiding certain spots of the water.
Okay.
And as you get closer, you see that water gets incredibly deep as you kind of begin to tread over it.
I'm
And-
gonna react right away and yell at Brug and whoever's driving. It's like Brug. It's like sails.
Brug is already like holding the ship, trying to make sure that it doesn't kind of like go off course with the wind and the waves crashing against it.
I'm gonna help. Continue.
As
Sorry.
with everything that's going on, with the wind that's blasting you guys kind of off, you're holding on to the different boards and the different pieces of sturdy, but that's not anything that is nailed down on the boat, trying to keep yourself steady. As just over the horizon, for those of you who rolled over a 14, you see a creature about 6 or 7 times larger than this boat begin to breach the water as you see bits of civilization on the back of a giant creature.
Turtle.
You see it goes back down into the water, and you see it open up at the very top of it again. And for those of you who rolled above 14, it has turned and it's rushing towards the boat.
Oh,
as
no.
you guys see the wave making its way. And that's where we're
Okay.
gonna end today's session.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
All right, in a
Amazing.
month. In a month.
Oh god. Tomorrow?
I'm game.
I have another session I have to do tomorrow.
Fuck
But
your
Thursday?
I'm going to dinner tomorrow, so I'm gonna get some din. So
Cancel your
Michael,
plans.
and you're recording.
Yeah.
bitch.